Oh boy! Okay. Oh, Biblio. I hope the stream works. I'm downloading something at the same time. They're gonna take all day, so I gotta keep it there. But I throttled it, so it should be fine. So where were we? Oh yeah, we're grinding. That's what we're doing. We're just grinding. So we're gonna get to the main story today again. Playing the new COD? No, I don't play PvP games. I have completely banned myself from playing PvP games for the rest of my life. But no, I'm downloading the. There's another show after Three Kingdoms. If you've ever seen or heard of Three Kingdoms, it's a Chinese TV show, and there's basically a sequel to that. I mean, it's a historical show, so it's not exactly a sequel. It's just the next part of the history. Yeah, I've played so much PvP in my life already. I just cannot be. It just makes me annoyed. The scent comes upon you gradually as you travel. It smells of the kitchens of Kednua, of honey, cinnamon, and fresh bread, of meals shared with those now absent. Off the path you catch a glimmer of movement, something large and bulbous. Bulbous stirs beyond the trees. Sneak closer to observe. At the center of a nearby clearing stands a Delimgan, tending to a large spore. The Delimgan seems formed of the living tropics with vibrant flowers cresting her head. Her shape suggests that of an elf, replete with pointed ears. The Delimgan looks up as you enter the clearing, eyes widening slightly as she takes you in. She takes a few steps to the side before reaching a protective hand to rest upon the large spore. Her attention remains on you. Like the cub that knows no better, you tread where others fear. Her voice rumbles like a falling tree limb. Tell us why. Back off, you yellow-leafed bastard! Examine the spore. The bulbous fungus towers taller than an aumaua, its fleshy fronds hanging over its bulging stalk. A miasma of yellow dust hangs around it, gently stirring in the light breeze. A dank spore. You can barely make out the recumbent form of some unfortunate kith tangled in its roots, the essence the spore sucks from its victim, glimmering along its length. If it notices you, it will likely attack, and inhaling the spores clouding around it could confuse your senses. Are you in trouble? Do you need help? That's like the least weird thing to ask here. She says nothing for a moment, her head tilting to the side. Why do you ask this? Do you think we fear the spore? She smiles and brushes a hand along one of the spore's fronds. We have nothing to fear here. Drawn by the scent, were you? Her voice sounds like the whispers of wind through the leaves. We do not know why this stubborn spore does that. He has rooted his meal. The spore shudders slightly and you notice a thick tome tucked among its roots. Yes, it smells amazing. She draws a mushroom cap from somewhere within her. We offer a gift that we may part in peace, that you may preserve the sanctity of this place. Eat the mushroom, throw the mushroom on the ground. Oh my god, these are terrible options. Not eating a random mushroom. Throw the mushroom on the ground. The Delumgan's head cants slightly to the side, not unlike a bird's. She doesn't blink, but her attention drops to the mushroom and returns to you. The leaves of the forest begin to rustle around you. I mean, she's clearly eaten somebody, so I'm gonna attack. But no, that was terrible. A lot of mushrooms. Dank Spore. And the Delmgun is super high level. Apparently. Alright, fine. You guys go there. Then we go in and... Oh, come on. I can't go across there. Fuck off. Starting out good today.
As you wish.
Let's finish off the small ones first of all. A lot of damage. Use Roshan on him, apparently. He has no real reflex, or no real deflection. Now, you'll have a Sporling there you can fight. Delumgan, weak to crushing. And somehow it's already taken that much damage. That's very surprising. Shoot. Bam. Hello, Robert. Rushing. Go for the Sporling first. But we can do that. We can do a Dire Blessing. You need to switch to the pole axe. On that one, now you do slashing and piercing, which isn't very good here. Yeah, I mix them up all the time. This. Turn them all. They are strong to fire. Maybe that's not what we should be using. Strong to piercing too. Could be lightning. Strong to lightning as well, but the lightning has much higher piercing. Much higher penetration. Dead? There we go. Other PoE, I wonder if it's deliberate. I don't think so. Spore-coated grimoire. Be a spore wizard. There's never anything on the maps either. A tomb rises from the earth before you. Its stone exterior is well wrought and decorated with the reliefs of Tangaloa and Ngati. It likely houses the body of someone important to a local Juana tribe. That's why we're gonna search it. We find nothing. Baby pearls. Something about the curve of the path ahead of you gives you pause. With the obscured sightlines, you recognize this as a good site for an ambush. At the same time, you don't hear anything out of the ordinary. Actually, you don't hear anything at all. No hum of insects, no rustling of animals, even the air has stilled. Search for the presence of other minds. You open your mind to your surroundings, seeking higher thoughts. Sure enough, you sense a pulsing, baleful hostility nearby. Sneak toward the malignant presence. Has 5 stealth. Isn't gonna be enough for long. As you move carefully forward, you spot a massive Lagofeth slinking through the wild growth. Even crouched, the wilder towers among the tropical trees, and it wears a bleached skull on its head. Lagofeth doesn't seem to have spotted you. Yet. Shock ability, hurl electricity at it. Yeah, that's the thing, like, almost everything they've taken and have here are all it's just a copy paste of something else, slightly changed with a different name. If even that, like they have Naga and stuff. Hurl electricity at it. Lightning bolt. Bright white electricity pours forth, striking the Lagofeth. Sparks fly from the creature's webbed fingers, as light arcs between its sharp teeth. Sizzling and smoking, the creatures flee into the wild. In its wake, the Lagofeth left some fish, a few of its poison barbs, and a well-crafted club. Fine club. This we didn't have to fight. There are items, Cloak of Deflection, Battle Axe. Cool. The rumbling reaches your ears first, a low growl from the land before being pierced by the cry of a distant bird. The ground sets to vibrating beneath your feet, the growing roar of the stampeding beasts echoing around you. You crest a rise to find that the stampede has passed, now only a rumbling cloud in the distance. As the dust settles, you note that a few of the boars remain, fallen and still with large feathered darts protruding from their fur. A single upright boar remains, a piglet that nudges its snout against one of the prone beasts. Wait and watch. Your vantage on the high ground offers a comfortable view of the boars. After a few minutes, lanky four-armed figures lope out of the cover of the trees, each padding around the boars on the ground. The fish-headed wilder gurgle and hiss at one of the others before crouching to feast on their catch. The boars, still living, squeal pitifully in protest. Ambush and attack. You creep forward, drawing your weapon. Switch to long-range weapons. Sneak in.
Wait. Look there.
Shoot him in the face. Yeah, shoot! Why aren't you shooting? Just standing there. Well, that's because he's slow as hell. I know why. Slashing. Yeah, let's switch to slashing.
At once.
What just happened there? Exalted Endurance. Shining Beacon. Smoke Cloud. Activate Smoke Cloud. Is that what that was? Maybe.
Stand together.
Like, looks like a level up thing. I'm confused. They're strong against ice. Just do smashing thing. Or buffs.
Nothing I can do.
Plus 10% AoE ring. I kind of actually want that on my main character. If I think about it.
Yeah?
Because that means that we get more AoE on my buffs, which actually matters quite a lot. Of course, just having more intellect would be fine too. +1 resolve. Or reflection for him. Thought that was deflection there. Me, I'll take that cape, I think. Yeah. Fog of Ko. Right. That. I would equip this. This makes my buffs last longer, but at the same time, this gives me +1 intellect. Well, this also gives me 1 intellect. But this gives me +1 insight too. And I feel like if I unequip that, then we're gonna get to some place where I don't have enough insight. Sure, let's swap that out. You can have +1 history instead. +1 religion, +1 stealth. You don't even use that. +2 resolve. Does that stack in this game? Yeah, it does. So you can stack stat bonuses as long as it's not coming from the same text, I think. Offer, because this says off resolve, and this ring says self-motivated. I guess as long as it doesn't say off resolve on both. I guess at least. I think we failed to get a boar pet here, but I don't give a shit. I actually don't like this pet thing that they've got going. It's almost worse than the NPCs in PoE 1. Well, in this game, well, in Divinity, or at least in Original Sin, you pick a perk that lets you talk to animals. But here, you've got like pet animals that you can put in this slot, and they give you a little bit of a like bonus stat to all your characters. But they have them everywhere. There's just like stray cats and stray dogs and stray pigs everywhere. So far we've picked up 16 pets. They're just kind of sitting there in my inventory. I just don't like things that are obviously like a meme addition. Like they obviously just put these many pets in there as a joke. And I just noticed those things and I don't like it. Anything else we can put there that might be better than Deception? Eh. Yeah, in Torchlight you have pets that go and sell for you.
I'll see what I can find.
Oh, that's a trap. No, guys, don't go there. Crap. Literally a trap. Don't know why the trap disappeared. Is it still there? I imagine. Please show me trap. Unless they sprung it when they walked over or something, but...
Absolutely.
I've not seen enemies be able to spring their own traps. Or maybe I sprung it somehow, I don't know. But the trap is gone.
Careful. Look.
Trouble ahead.
Does it really do that little damage? 35 to 55. Did it do like 20? Grace, 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 miss, hit. Now they have 80 reflex. How's the cleric developing, or did you start over? No, we're playing Cypher multiclassed with priest. And it's okay, I guess. I am getting better buffs now. Like these buffs up here on level 4, they actually give you like plus 10 accuracy as well as might. 4 might is like 12% bonus damage. So that actually does something, and it also affects enemies here. It gives them minus accuracy. And it stacks with Dire Blessing, so I can give everybody 15% chance to hit. So those two things, at least, are really nice. But my lower level spells are still kind of useless, to be perfectly honest. But I also have some new buffs as a Cypher as well that are pretty good. Like this one, Pain Block. Makes them robust for 26 seconds. It's not super amazing, but it gives them +2 armor rating and 10 health every 3 seconds. So it is like a heal that I have almost infinite casts of, because it costs 40 and I get 1 point per second, so every 40 seconds I can cast this in combat. And I don't really use the Cypher abilities that much. They're kind of a fallback. So it's... But getting +2 armor, it can mean the difference between taking full damage and taking half damage, so it's actually pretty strong. Lightning.
Stand together.
We get them off Alof.
No use. I cannot get.
There. We have the pillar thing there. So we'll see. Maybe playing a buffer ends up being super broken later. But right now it's kind of weakish. Most of the buffs are really just there to get rid of afflictions. In this game, it works more like if you're blinded, you need to buff somebody with a perception buff that gets rid of the blind. And the same thing is true for all the other ones. It's just attached to another stat, which is fine. I don't mind that. It's just that the buffs themselves are just so weak. They could have been twice as strong and it would have been fine. That's a trap. Damn, everything is so high level here. Why?
Cannot move.
Come on, Alof. How'd you take that much damage over there? How much penetration does this have? 12. They're weak against cold, weak against fire. That one is not weak against fire.
Indeed.
Assassin Vine. Against fire. Mace seems better here. Not against this guy, though. Yeah, we do have cold spells, but we can use this first. That'll give us more armor to everything. Oh no! Alagina's getting sucked off by the vine.
That's right.
Did you die?
Worth and
What? Yes, she did.
Sweet redemption.
You find an old stone coffer, pitted and mottled by long exposure to the elements. The lid is cracked but thick woody vines like giant's fingers hold it in place. Freeze ability. Cast a spell to freeze the vines. The vines become rigid and pale beneath the accumulating frosts until at last they shatter. New tendrils begin to wriggle from the frozen stumps. You tear off the lid before the vines regain their grip on the coffer. You retrieve an antique bronze hatchet, pulling it from the coffer even as the vines feebly grasp at it with hungry tendrils. The Vionceth. Well, nobody uses hatchets. No, she actually does. But I don't really feel like replacing hers. She's got a special weapon.
Yeah.
Sickle. Which I should enchant. The problem with it is that it's not even fine right now, it just sucks. Urgent Harvest. Being near a killed enemy grants the wielder attack speed. But, crafting requirements not met. Oh, does it have to be fine first? Yeah, okay. I don't want to spend 15,000 right now. We need 30,000 just to restore the food supply to Nikitaka. Whoa! I was sneaking! A large Lagotheth, a brood mother by her size and crest, surfaces from the pool. Around her neck hangs a knotted cord strung with shiny odds and ends. She chirps softly. As you draw closer, she gurgles in agitation but does not attack. She dives back down and disappears. You hear splashing and chattering coming from further up the slope.
Usually this would be where they tear your throat out.
Uh-huh. Cocking her head, the broodmother watches you and lets out an inquisitive chirrup. Attack the broodmother. Chirrup at her. Ranger. Chanter. Okay, I'm gonna chirrup back. The broodmother stops gurgling and takes a tentative step closer, craning her neck with interest. Other Lagotheth peer and chirrup at you. Edir attempts a chirrup of his own that sounds perhaps more like two krakens aggressively mating. The Lagotheth stare at him and hiss until he stops. Edir clears his throat as though that was what he'd been doing all along. A young Lagotheth pokes its head out from behind one of the adults and burbles happily. The adult ushers it back with a firm claw.
Oh, Anna.
Observing the exchange, the broodmother looks to you and lets out a plaintive cry.
Anna.
Sounds like she's trying to say Juana. Juana. She snarls and gurgles rise in volume. The other Lagotheth bare their teeth at the name.
Oh, Anna.
The broodmother hisses. Her attending warriors brandish spears, clubs, and blowguns. You hate the Juana.
I recall when you picked up ancient Inquisition, but this?
hatchlings.
He screeches, not at you it seems, but at what you've said. A flash of anger and pain from the broodmother's mind strikes yours like a gust of heat. Like a gust of heat. Your power enables you peer into her memories. Okay. You see Aumaua, huge and terrible, pushing the Lagotheth deeper into the jungle. The Aumawa's language is an unintelligible roar to the broodmother, but she sees her aggression written on the corpses of her fallen kin. She also sees the invaders rounding up her hatchlings and driving them back to their wooden nests by the beach. Many claws tighten about weapons, and tails lash in eager hypnotic rhythm. The broodmother watches you. Ehuana captured your young. With your keen intuition, you hear the syllables in her gurgles and read the desperation in her rapid darting movements. She screeches with emotion, rocking her whole body back and forth. Her bristling fin flashes like a blade. The other Lagotheth bare their teeth even wider. Turning her attention from you, the formation of Lagotheth, the broodmother hisses and flicks her tail, gesturing downward, down toward the bottom of the ravine, toward the village. The others bob their heads in agreement.
Oh, Anna.
She turns back to you and growls. I can rescue your hatchlings, but your clan must stay away from the village. The broodmother chitters and blinks at you, tilting her head this way and that. At last she raises her head and thrills to the treetops. One by one, the other Lagotheth lower their weapons and snap their jaws shut.
Please, hatchling.
She turns her fish eyes on you.
Oh, we gotta do it.
Okay. Morning, Telonius. This quest is in every single game. Or we'll get your hatchlings back. I want to play Tides of Numenera. But I also don't want to play it too soon after playing this. There's the cage. I guess they're in the cage.
The village starves. It you hide
Quit your
Koiki
chirping.
fruit.
I have no fish for
hide
you.
nothing, you bloated puffer fish. Traitor! Gatty's jaws will close around you.
Full tides.
The fisherman lowers his head in greeting and wipes his hands on his sarong, which is mottled with fish guts. He doesn't meet your gaze. Why are those Lagotheth caged?
Himwihi and the other Mataru found them when they explored the island.
He looks at the creatures with mingled trepidation and disgust. They bare their teeth in response, flies buzzing around their clouded, gunky eyes, and the dull patches on their scales.
Said maybe we train them to build. And if the soil and sea are misers here, then we eat them.
He shrugs, scratching at his incurved belly. Adir's hand begins to drift slowly towards his weapon. He blinks at your companion impassively, glancing toward the sea with an air of mild impatience. I need to free those Lagotheth hatchlings.
Are you crazy? Then Himwihi will go and blame me.
His burning eyes meet yours.
You see the woman at the trading post? The angry one?
He grabs your arm with a strong, sticky hand and points across the dock to a scowling woman who stands with her arms folded.
She will have my corpse for bait if you do this.
Why would she blame you?
She despises me. How could disaster not be my fault? Besides, the Ranga will bury her at high tide if she so much as insults you. Or any foreigner. At least go and see her before you release her prizes. Then, maybe I find some other place to be until her anger cools.
drinking milk straight from the carton. Okay, you want me to talk to who?
Oh, filthy lizards. Even here, I always smell them.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the atmosphere and such in this game. That's why I like them, and why I like Pillars 1. But, this game has a lot of issues, and it's honestly a lot of small issues, but they all compound to be a really big problem. But, like the towns and stuff, there's nothing wrong with those at all. The woman stands outside the half-finished building, arms crossed as if in protest of any shelter it might offer. She looks like she's scowling, but the scars on her face make it hard to tell.
An outsider in Tiquara? Who are you, stranger?
Her hand strays toward a hide belt cinched tightly about her waist. I am Robin, captain of the Defiant.
A captain? If you had sailed downwind of the island, you would have moved on, I say. I tell Ranga Ruano that the stench of Tiquara will drive away friend and outsider alike. Do you smell it?
She flares her nostrils and grimaces. Smells like a beachside village to me.
I speak of the Lagufath. There is no food on this barren island that those monsters do not steal.
Her scars are like seams tugging her face into a scowl.
Yeah, but how could you say no to those little faces?
Hello, cursed one. How's it going?
Always they circle our village looking for weaknesses.
She shakes her finger, making an argument she seems to have made many times before.
I pushed the cage with the young ones farther toward the beach, but I smell them even here.
It's no wonder they come here when the beach smells like a Lagerfeld hatchery.
Better to keep them under our thumb than sharpening blow darts, I say. A week ago, I tracked the fish to Hoina Ravine, so I challenged the Mataru to a hunting competition. My mother's belt for the brood mother's head.
Grinning, she thumbs the hide belt slung across her waist.
It is not every day that newcomers land on our beaches. What say you show me how outsiders deal with Lagufath?
You seem strong enough to handle a few Lagufeth.
Akira, you are perceptive for being outside the tribe.
He nods, pursing her lips.
The Ranga orders us to defend his trading post. Otherwise, I would take up my spear. This is sorry work for Mataru, I say.
She folds her arms tighter, looking at the cobbled-together building as though she'd like to kick it down. I'll consider it.
Keep your eyes and ears open. The brood is daring when the mother is close.
She taps the corner of one eye, leveling her gaze at you.
I'll have that fish woman's head mounted in my hut before long.
We need to release the Lagerfeld hatchlings. She throws back her head and laughs.
But you do not laugh. Then you do not joke. For what would I do this foolish thing?
They have clans and families. What would you do if someone caged your children? A look of pain and surprise twinges across her face. It reveals an old but raw wound to your shrewd gaze. In her mind, you glimpse an image of a demolished village on the cliffs, a broken spear in Himui's hand, and slavers' ships disappearing over the horizon.
Then I never forgive them. We must destroy the broodmother now, before she is bolder.
She brushes another speck of moisture from her eye.
For what do you linger here? The village is much too quiet.
Her restless hands fidget with her weapon whilst her slitted eyes scan the horizon. Okay, so I can't do anything here.
For what do you say this again?
You want them to leave you alone, right? Release their young and they will.
They are animals. They hunt where they smell food, and they smell food in our village.
She leans forward and speaks slowly as though explaining this to a child.
If I release the young ones, then they attack when they grow big.
Well, I hope they don't wait that long. I want to see them attack when they're little, with those tiny claws and fish teeth.
Game volume low? I don't know, it feels weird. Like, feels like it fluctuates whenever I start it up.
Then raise your hand to the little ones and see how they fight back.
Lagufeth are reclusive by nature. They would avoid the village if you did not have their young.
When they ran from me before, I thought it was only my weapon they feared.
He laughs again, but tapers off into a pensive silence.
But suppose you are right. Then I do not have to suffer their stench.
He rubs her chin.
Take the key then, and yell for help if anything goes wrong.
She passes you the key with one hand and hefts her weapon in the other. Alright.
Look out! They escape!
Chirp! Don't chirp at me like a Disney animal. Just go. Leaping from the water, the broodmother eagerly chirrups and beckons toward her hatchlings. They rally around her with unbridled joy. She lets out a low-pitched warble. When she sees you, the broodmother makes a show of removing her necklace and laying it on the stand, then gesturing from you to the necklace and back again. Chirruping and waving her crest, the broodmother and her hatchlings dive back into the ocean.
I hope the Lagufeth do not come back.
Nice, we get a random fish person necklace. Baubles of the fin. +1 constitution, +1 intellect grants cruelty and curios. Collection of trinkets, witnesses of countless acts of mischief and malice radiate their cruel temperament in an aura that boosts outgoing damage of all allies within range. Ally aura +3% damage. Have that. That of the Co-Carnage necklace because I hate
Look what the Watcher's given me. It's pretty as a picture, ain't it?
Dreamer references.
For what do you follow me?
What? Rongi keeps his hands on his side, breathing heavily all the while. You seem awfully nervous. Something the matter?
Can a weaver not soak his feet in the cool sand? Our village has troubles, Akira. I go here to set mine afloat on Ngati's back.
He nods to indicate the peaceful lapping of waves. Hurry, I'll leave you be. He nods and watches you go. Alright, whatever. Don't mind. You can do whatever you want. I think we are done on the island then. Rum. Well, crew morale has gone down quite a bit, actually. I think we have plenty of supplies. We're not leaving. We're not going that far. I'm not sure what I'm looking for. We're going for a dwarves. Northwest of Nekitaka. Oh, we were going to Pokohara. You stumble upon an ancient shipwreck. Its sails hang from the mast like cobwebs, shredded by cannon fire and vicious winds. The ship's hull is cracked and bow, but there may still be something inside worth salvaging. Royal Deadfire Company colors. Their wooden hog-nosed cannon. Need to get another ship. You notice a small pavilion containing a large, weathered statue of stone, a little ways off the path. It appears to be a Huana shrine. Approach and identify it. A pair of stone eels twist up the sculpture. Each eel's mouth clings to the other's tail, creating an unbroken circuit. It portrays Rikuhu, the Huana rendition of Bareth. An inscription runs along the shrine's base. Some flee, others fight. Rikuhu consumes all. Pollen and dirt dust the statue, and grass grows wild at its base. It seems some time since this shrine was tended. Meditate as a cipher? Okay, meditate on your travails and rest. Seated at the shrine, you steady your breathing and allow your muscles to loosen. You organize your thoughts, setting them in order. When you stand, everything seems less perilous or more attainable. 8 hours passed. Finished, you return to your travels. Okay, we just took a nap. Yes.
Diverus. At times like this, I'm glad Helia gave me these eyes.
Oh, no! Sand grubs! Sand grubs don't like rushing damage. They don't like ice.
Let's reap this whirlwind.
They're relatively strong to fire.
Stand together.
I am ready. For the Republic!
Come on, bonk him in the head.
That's for my friends.
be right back.
You find a rolled up map inside the satchel. It shows a course plotted from Tikawara, an island to the west. Sparsely furnished tent stinks of spoiled rations. Yeah, Tikawara is where we just came from. The tent is empty, but for a stack of excavation tools. Shovels, spades, and brushes, half buried in the sand.
Then swim back to Tikawara. We will take your share.
Climb down there with a grappling hook. Let's finish exploring this map.
Up! It's coming!
I'm sorry. Apretta, inside.
A Dune CRPG would be cool. There's so many settings that are better than D&D. I hate D&D so much. It would be more interesting to explore. And it's not just that it's overdone, it's also the D&D setting is like bubblegum fantasy.
What do you need?
Like everything is just super high fantasy. There's just nothing.
Up ahead.
Doesn't feel properly designed as a real world. At least when it comes to the Faerun stuff. Faerun isn't that bad, but I still don't like it. Yeah. Do not want to play Warhammer. Yeah. There's plenty of stuff you could do with Lord of the Rings.
Sweet redemption.
But it's also an IP that I also don't really... I kind of don't think it should be used.
Yeah.
Our damage is crap here. Killer games have the best lore and history of all CRPGs. EMO, it's so well fleshed out. It's alright. But we'll see. I am interested in the next game, the one they've got, Avowed or whatever. Because it doesn't feel like we have explored the world that much. It's mostly just all revolved around the Ingwithans in this game. So it would be nice to see it from another aspect that isn't just Ingwithans. That's probably gonna be that too. But you can't expect to explore a setting fully from 2 games. I want more Numenera games. That's what I want. Well, yeah, but I haven't been arsed. I don't really like reading the books that much. Mainly because I can't read.
It's no use.
What do you mean it's no use? It's fine. I'm lightning at them.
Yes?
That would be fine for sure. This one, well, it only jumps 2 times, but no, it's got 4 projectiles. Yeah, this spell is really strong. If there are 2 targets, it jumps back and forth, so it actually does like 80 damage to 1 target sometimes. Almost.
You might find this interesting.
World's biggest area. Oh. Friends barely noticed anything. Okay, now. Don't.
Not to alarm you, but I'm slowly dying of poison. Together. I'm here. At once.
Trap detected. Thundercrack pistol. Grants conductive blast. The bullet draws electricity from the air as it travels to its target. Deals shock damage to anyone near the target. Right. Assume we're gonna use that, because my current pistol is exceptional. This one is also exceptional. But it does a little bit more damage. Just a little bit. And it is upgradable. Oh, what's this? Crackling shots. Magnetized shots. Plus 15% reload time, plus 10 accuracy if target has shield, medium armor, or heavy armor equipped. Overload. Paralyze target for 2 seconds on scoring crit. That's pretty cool. Charged field. The pistol creates a zone charged with electrical energy. Any enemy or ally equipped with a shield, medium armor, or heavy armor will find their accuracy and action speed diminished if they step too close to the wielder. Oh, it's an aura? Nah, I don't like that. Storm Rune Shot. The bullet disintegrates on impact, showering the area with conductive shards. Pulses shock damage on all targets in the area for a brief duration. It doesn't have a duration though. However, like I said, it is upgradable to Superb. But for now, let's just keep it like that. We are, well, almost. One skeleton. Okay, now we're done. Of course, I'm not going down the normal path. We're just going to climb down that random well. That sounds like a much more reasonable approach. This weathered stone well seems fairly old, though you see fresh signs of excavation in the sand around it. A rope dangles over the side, trailing down into the darkness. Toss down a pebble. After a few seconds, there's a splash. Pull up the rope. Hoisting the rope is surprisingly easy. The reason for that soon becomes clear. Nothing is attached to the frayed end of the rope. Send someone down the rope. You take a firm grip on the rope and make your way down. It's not long before the dark surface of the water becomes visible below. The end of the rope dangles just above the water. Adair spots a patch of burlap against the muck and stone. An old sack appears to have been lost or hidden in a crack in the wall. Unfortunately, the sack is out of arm's reach and the material looks worn thin. It might be possible to swing over and grab the sack, but any blunder is likely to snag it on the stone. Swing toward the sack. Adair kicks back and forth. The smooth, deft motions bring Adair closer and closer to the wall, until the sack is finally in reach. Grab the sack. As the sack comes free, it snags on the stone and rips open. Glittering gems spill from the tear as the rope swings in its smooth, steady arc. A quick grab could save the falling gems, but the sack still feels heavy with treasure. Try to save the falling gems? Yeah, you have no dexterity. Leave with the sack. Adair climbs up the rope into the cool desert night. Aquamarine and emerald. If I had tried, I would probably have just dropped all of it.
I'd be glad to.
Alright. That wasn't a secret entrance. Oh, buddy. They made it past that guy? Ow! They have a lot of magic technology stuff. The old Engwithans. He is immune to resolve afflictions. Weak to blunt, lightning, and corrosion. Switch to blunt. Blind his ass. Blunt. Mark him. You haste yourself and then down the corrosion thingy. Put on the emergency heal in case we need an emergency heal. He should be a vessel, so let's burn him a little bit here. I want to flank him still. I'm gonna try flanking him. Yeah, good. Haha, knocked down, bitch. We have wrathed him. Now we just do swings. You're not gonna do like any damage on him. How much piercing penetration does that have? Yeah, she has. Can't get any more penetration here. It does minus 50% damage, but it'll have to do. Put Recall Agony on him. On. And hit that. Rushing is good. Otherwise, just shoot him in the face. He has no defense. He's a giant hulking robot. Just need to smack him. Pretty much. Don't really know how to play the monk still. I don't understand.
Stand together.
It was super easy. Please don't explode and kill me. The patina over this entrance tells of age and long exposure. In spite of its degradation, the copper door is as heavy and densely forged as a vault. Gravity holds the slab firmly against stone. Examine the door closely. Old markings in the shape of fingers suggest the Engwithan Titans once possessed the strength to raise the door. It is difficult to tell from here if anything else once controlled the door's opening or closing. You find a hole in the surrounding stone bearing a curious spiral shape. You also take note of scour marks at the base of the door, likely evidence of a prybar used to wedge it open. The damage to the stone looks recent. If anyone made it inside, the door has long since closed behind them. Put all your strength into lifting the door. You rub your palms together to build some friction. Worming your fingers into the seam between the door and the ground, you hoist up with all your might. You manage to raise the door an inch off the ground before a painful spasm runs down your arm. The door falls, splitting a crack down the surrounding stone. Yeah, why did I do that? Why didn't Adair do that? See, this is one of the... Like I said, this game has so many small problems, and this is one of them. Why didn't Adair do that? Why wasn't that a choice to make Adair do that? It's so stupid. Here through the crack in the stone, you see the faint outline of gears, so choked with sand and debris as to be rendered nearly immobile. You think the barbed corner of a grappling hook could snag the gear's inner ring. Rope and grappling hook. Use a grappling hook to tug on the gear. You dust away the crevice and loop the grappling hook through the gear. It takes a couple of persistent tugs, but the gears begin turning with laborious creaking protestation. The door slowly rises. The opening discharges a breeze of stale air and something else, a feeling which emanates from the yawning darkness that makes your every hair stand on end.
Dim in the lantern. I'm all right. Tad windblown, but no worse for the wear.
Striding alongside the Engwithan figures depicted on this mural, you notice what appears to be the Hua. The camera is absolutely intolerable. There's no good way to use the camera in this game. So trash. So trash. It was much better in 1.
Trouble up ahead.
Because there you could press a hotkey to switch it to follow your party, but they removed that in this game for some reason. They're smart. And if you have the smart camera on, there's no way to disable the smart camera without going into the settings. If you have it on, it keeps snapping you back every single time you do something. Not as smart as it thinks it is.
All right.
Crushing damage there apparently.
Happy to oblige.
The outer wall of this room seems to have buckled inward under a tide of sand and rubble. Great Western Stag.
Merle, she came after me.
Pushed her? Oh no. Oh no.
You pushed her! Merle, she came after me.
Alright. Trap detected. A lot of traps in here in that case.
That looks like a warning. Look there.
That means XP! Free XP!
Yes?
And money, because you do get the traps in this game.
I'm here. Indeed.
The mural depicts Juana and Ingwithan figures gathered before a blue flame. Within bracers, resistance to dexterity effects. Oh. And we found some booze. The crocodilian idol is unfamiliar to you. Juana carvings along the offering bowl suggest it was once revered. Skeletal sorcerer. Immune to pierce. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
What about... Not immune to anything else. Not immune to this fireball. Minor arcane reflection.
Stand together.
He's dead.
Yeah. That's for my friends.
Nothing I can do. Oh?
What does his thingy do here? I don't remember. Frighten Kith targets on critical hit. That's it. Rejects the power of the gods. 20% chance to reflect against punishment/condemnation attacks. Plus 10 defense except deflection for 30 seconds for nearby allies on scoring a kill with Keybreaker. Yeah, his wand isn't really that interesting.
Even in this state, it is easy to see why Luminous Adra is so prized.
Lights and shape seems to stir just beneath the surface of the Adra, ripping past in irregular motions. Wana figures prostrate themselves before a blue flame. Pretty big. I wonder why Aothus didn't go here. It's way bigger than the other ones.
Of course. Anybody got a chisel and some wheelbarrows?
Is that blood? What have you done?
I found him like this. Why is your blade drawn?
You're crazy. Stay back.
This leather-bound logbook has property of the Valiant Trading Company stamped inside its cover. Most of the pages are dark brown and stiff, stained with some dark aromatic beverage. A few pages have been ripped from the end. We set out at dawn on order from Governor Alvari. She's heard rumor of Luminous Adra at a place called Pokukohara. Unfortunately, the place is said to be surrounded by storms, and it doesn't appear on any of our charts, but we're told the locals at Tikawara may be able to help. I heard stories of bad run-ins with Huana tribes, but Chieftain Ruanu and the tribe at Tikawara welcomed us warmly, fed us as well as could be expected, and marked Pokukohara on our maps. He seemed to believe the storms are magical or else the will of the gods. I hold out hope that they can be stopped. Left for Pokukohara this morning. Vector wasn't happy about being left behind, but he was too sick to travel and Beza was losing patience. Haven't seen a Rawatayan ship since we left Neketaka, but she is still afraid they'll beat us there. Storms were some of the worst I've seen, but we made it. We set up camp by the cliffs, but we're all looking forward to getting into the ruins. At least it'll be dry in there. We lost Gian and Olara today. I don't know what, but something about this place seems off. The others feel it too. The murals here are incredible. Proof that the Ingwithans met ancient Huana 2,000 years ago. That they might have even built this place. I keep trying to explain this to Beza, but she won't listen. We found the top of the Adra vein. It is glowing, but Beza says we have to go deeper. Yeah. Flashing does not seem to work much here. Weak to lightning, they're weak to crushing. Is corrupted, that means he is weaker, apparently.
Well, don't see why not.
Alright, there. Now we can chain lightning them. Well, chain lightning up there maybe.
Nuh-uh, didn't work.
Stand together.
One we can shoot. That one, 50% less damage.
May I be a candle in the night.
Yeah?
Exceptional greatsword. But I think we already, that's what we have, I think.
Wherever you go, Watcher, it seems there are always locks.
The etchings upon this sarcophagus have been worn down past legibility.
Very well.
They're immune to pistols. They're skeletons.
That must hurt.
You go over there. Lightning at him. Holy shit, he's getting wrecked. Just kill him.
Smart, stone it.
Of course.
Desert Imp. They are weak to slashing.
Combat the darkness.
Of course.
Decency to...
This level up here, this is where spells start becoming really good. Because you have like really big AoEs, but they don't target any party members. I need to get the ice spell too.
Yes. That's for my friend.
All the way up there.
Yeah. That's it.
Now we've just gone full circle.
Trouble up ahead.
Immune to fire, super weak to ice. And they'll also take more damage from chain lightning, no? Wait, no.
Not sure how I feel about this. Stay behind me. Lava Rubio. That's not very helpful.
One big spider left.
Sweet redemption.
It's no use.
After this, we'll be ready. Are we supposed to shoot those? Or is that just to damage the spiders? Yeah, come on! Come on! Come on! Come on! Oh, it did blow up the wall. Good. One-handed dagger, soulbound, grants corona of the soul. 10% chance to cast burn damage AoE on hit with Marok's Aman. Nobody uses that either. Skeleton with a key. Come on. There. Inquithan Saint. What the fuck?
Tell me. You do not let me rest.
How did I not see those? How did I not spot those traps? Come on. I have 17 perception.
I shall. That's not right.
Did I not finish casting? What? Why is my spell gone but we don't have the thing? Did he like this? Abandoned casting and it's gone. What? I have never seen that before. Not once.
Stand together. This is futile. Stay behind. Lava will be
Bam!
What do you need?
Great swords, reagent.
I got it.
Small grooves run the length and breadth of this altar, directing the flow of blood towards a central channel. Everyone's got injuries, and it's not from dying, it's just like walking on a trap.
Dim in the lantern.
I should have seen. Sakoras. Super evil, it seems.
That's it.
Well, here it is better if I can land that on everybody. Got the dire blessing. Immunity to disease, immunity to poison, but he can be feared. More skillings. Ouch! Holy shit. That was quite obvious, to be honest. Oh, no, he's dead. Never mind. I didn't like one frame. They don't stop casting if their target disappears. It's kind of weird.
Love. Beyond sake. That
was about as useful as a bump on a pickle.
Bump on a pickle.
Take much more. How may I help?
What did I get from that guy? Awakened Audra. Black Pearl. Nothing. He didn't drop anything.
Indeed.
Okay. Final path is over here.
Whoa, whoa. Look.
Yeah.
Sigil of Nightmare. Oh. I don't want to sigils. What does that do? -2 resolve for 30 seconds when damaged. Pretty nasty.
As you wish. Stand together.
Really, only Alot can. That guy. Don't go in. Don't go in.
I got it.
Go in.
That's it. Of course.
There we go. Door, but it's not a door.
Indeed.
The lightning bolts. And Wardenstein.
I trust you.
Yeah, range seems to be the way to go here.
What do you need?
The Juana figure's sacrifice seems to have supplied the pillar with energy depicted in blue flames. Taking. The stone and glass of this contraption vibrates with some internal energy, setting the copper rings to buzzing.
I shall be discreet.
A woman lies dead on the tiles, her skin discolored with decay. Her rent flesh sloughs away to reveal bone. No maggots or bugs have reached her here, which only means that there's more of her left to assault your nostrils. A sword lies discarded beside her. A pack lies beneath her arm, and the barest wisp of essence hovers over her body. Examine the body. The woman's body lies at the end of a trail of smeared, crusted blood. The damage to her armor suggests a fight, though it looks like her attacker or attackers allowed her to crawl away to die. Holding your breath, you kneel to search the body. As you handle her remains, clumps of muscle and flesh fall off, raising a fresh wave of rot. Most of her belongings are slimy and rancid with putrescence, but her pack has escaped the worst of it. Inside you see a few torn pages, and a carved figurine. Take the pages. They look like they were ripped from a book or journal. They're brown and warped with spilled milk and scrawled with a few brief entries. These pages have been torn out of a larger book. They are stained brown and stiff with some dark fragrant liquid. The entries begin thus. I want so badly to find Pococohara, and now we are stuck here. No one dares to leave while the Titan roams outside, so we must hope we can find another exit somewhere in the ruins. Olara must have triggered it. It did not move until she began prying open the door, and before we knew it, it had Gian. And others do not say it, but I know they blame me for failing to save him. Smudges of dirt from the author's hand streak the page around the next entry. Olara is gone too. We move more slowly now, wary of traps and monsters. I detest this creeping about, and Dueno's stomping nearly makes it all pointless. But Falero has almost lost his nerve, and I do not think he can take another nasty surprise. The next entry is filled with big crooked letters that loop and swoop like a child's. The others sleep. We decided against candles or campfires, so I write in the glow of the Adra. It is good because I hear something moving in the dark, even if the others do not. Valero insisted that we move slowly so we could study the murals and the patterns in the floor. He thinks to save us from mishaps like the ones that befell Gian and Olara, but none of that will help if the creatures here catch us. Dueno hides a limp, but the way he looks at Valero and me makes me think he is hiding something else too. They grow more and more paranoid with every hour in this place. When they awaken, we will press forward so that we may be done with it. In the meantime, I will keep the pages with my own observations. I cannot trust the others with them. The next entry is hastily scribbled. Valero lost the logbook and accused me of sabotage. Sabotage! He is so busy sketching these murals that he forgets why we are here. But I saw the Adra and I understood. This place is sick. We are here to cure it. But Valero says the Juana were here long ago, that the murals prove as much. I think one Aumaua looks much like another, but he gave me an idea. Right now, we spend blood and treasure searching for luminous Adra. Our task would be much easier if we could make regular Adra luminous by enriching it with live souls. As I look at the equipment of Engwithans built here, so like the machines our animancers construct, I wonder if they once did this very thing. And we have the villagers of Tikawara so eager to help. When we return to Nekitaka, I will present my idea to Lueva Alvari. I do not think Director Castle has the stomach for it, nor my companions, I fear. Read her soul. The brief images you see are scattered and confused. You're an explorer with a Valiant trading company, and you are searching the ruins with your comrades. At least they used to be your comrades. Now you're not so sure. Things have been going wrong ever since you got to this island. First with Gian and then Olara. Though it might have started earlier on Tikawara, maybe when Vector fell sick. You hear a scream in the distance. You don't know where the others are. You don't know why there's blood on your hands. You don't know why it's so hard to think. But you remember that you were supposed to be quiet to avoid the notice of whatever is down here. Something moves in the darkness. Take the figurine. The wooden figurine has the body of a woman and the head of a fish, with beady eyes and a gaping snaggle-toothed maw. It's pale and rough textured, like it was carved recently. Nagati idol. This is a figurine carved in the shape of a woman with the head of an anglerfish. But as your thumb slides across the bottom, you notice something carved there. You probably wouldn't recognize it without your years of religious study, but it looks like a Confucian hex. You feel a sudden, sharp headache. Take her weapon. The saber boasts a viciously serrated edge. Despite the state of its former master, the blade appears to be in good condition and you retrieve it. Rapier. Okay, nobody wants to take that soul. Okay, sure, whatever. So inconsistent. Now we can't drop it. Like, I know it's a Confucian hex, but he won't do anything with it or drop it. Sense?
Think I found the problem.
Evil demon order. Energy pulses through the twisted column like an irregular heartbeat, straining at the bounding walls. Guess this is why Aethys didn't go here. The machine at the base of the pillar is in bad shape. The Adra panels are warped and the copper is corroded, but it looks whole. A high keening sound comes from the Adra. Examine the machine. You check the copper connections and knobs. Everything appears to be intact, but none of the essence in the pillar runs through it. The keening grows louder. Activate the machine. You turn the Adra wheel and adjust some of the sliders. At first, nothing happens. Then you feel a fluctuation in the ether. The wailing grows louder. Essence moves within the Adra, opening a dimension as raw and distorted as a fresh wound. Something in that place pulls at your soul, and the distant voices cry out again. The dimension within the Adra is open, tugging at your soul. Project your party into the pillar. A force within the Adra tugs your soul from your body and into a realm of pure essence. You become aware of a fragmented dreamlike landscape. It is not a physical place, but rather a shape your mind has formed from the teeming energy. So is your presence in it.
What is this? Are we truly in this place?
Your actual body is still in Pogokohara. You feel the cold tiles beneath it and smell the dusty air around it, but you cannot return to it. Something here has a hold on it. The voices you heard outside the pillar scream and wail somewhere close by. Even brought my pet in here. You reach the source of the tumult. A festering mass of corruption. Hundreds of souls cry out within it, trapped and twisted by the accumulating decay.
That is not a good way to go.
A handful of souls, still fresh and mostly whole, surface to confront you. One of them separates out from the others and stares you down with grim, hateful intensity.
You do not belong here. We are the dead.
Voice hits in your mind like a clapper to a bell.
We're talking to a lost soul? Hold on, before you say any more, look into the light of my lantern.
Eager, she raises the lantern high, shaking it back and forth to scatter the light around in a skittering dance. He bares his teeth at her and squints as a trickle of essence leaves his body. When he looks away, the trickle stops.
Maybe you're dead. I do not see Tangaloa's mouth or Sirono's doors anywhere.
A second form takes shape near the first and glowers at him. Their essence sharpen and flicker at each other.
My storm wreathes Pococahara. Ngati's fist drags Valian ships to the deep. If you come to stop this, you have already failed.
His form gathers definition. Whether or not his words are true, he believes what he is saying. You're responsible for the storms? How?
Ngati holds our souls in this swamp, cut off from the sea. The flow of essence stops here.
He gazes out at the shifting scenery beyond your floating platform, of what only resembles stone.
And rots, apparently.
She wrinkles her nose at the putrefying mass and checks under her boots.
What do you mean, rots? Souls are going bad cut off from the cycle? My lantern looks fine and healthy, though.
I don't claim to understand it, girl. I am a miner, not a mystic.
She aims a hard glare at Anaharu.
The cistern overflows into the world of the living, stirring the sea and skies with the fury of the goddess, bringing storms.
The luminous Audra is affecting the weather, or the souls inside it are.
No souls travel through here. The Audra screams. Ngati grins, showing her fangs. This is where Valian scheming ends. Ngati's servant holds the dam closed to flood the living world with her vengeance.
Pushing out Bailia only exchanges a trading post for Rawatayan warships.
Their ships also sink when the winds tip them over. Akira.
A smile slowly spreads from ear to ear.
I am the storm of my people. Audra is the staff I wave to churn Ngati's kingdom.
He opens his palms. The ether around you reacts at once, whipping up the ambient essence into a frenzy. Far away, you think you can hear furious winds growing in response.
Compensating, are we?
You will not laugh when I scatter your soul to the breeze.
Madiko, to arrive at the far side of death and find this babbling brook.
He presses her temples with both hands.
The Valians will not overrun us while I have the strength to repel them.
He furrows his brow towards Beza.
If you think bad weather will hold back my countrymen, you have greatly underestimated us.
They will depart when the waters rise to drown their investments. This I know.
Anaharu, you lost the trial of waves. Ngati judged you unworthy.
Ngati tested me, I say. The trial of waves was her trickster's way of sending me here.
One of his eyes twitches.
Pirates and slavers drove my tribe from our old roots and havens. Now, the Valians do the same with paper. They come to pull Audra from the earth and mill it like grain.
You speak as though this Audra has been the heart and soul of your tribe for generations, though you have only recently come here.
Audra, is the heart and health of the Deadfire. You whose breast is cold and still would know nothing of this. There is nothing more to say. Here at the end, outsider lies are a dull edge.
He glowers at you, the ambient essence growing sharp and turbulent around him. You've all died. Maybe I can help you move on.
This is where all things stop. No one leaves, I say.
He balls his hands into fists, his shoulders knotting with tension.
Akasi, let's not be hasty. Some of us still have bodies out there.
He puts up a hand in protest and glances to the souls of her crew.
You don't plan on staying here, Ak? Why not let us tag along and see if we can reunite with our... what we left behind?
It doesn't work that way. You're already gone.
Marla, just remember that I asked nicely. I swear, the things I do for the Sangretta.
She sighs and presses her brow before turning her focus back to the Juan. Okay. That skipped her voice for some reason. Anaharu, I think we finally agree on something. Let's tear this Batso's soul apart. At Base's signal, the rest of the spirits lunge forward. And they just ran straight past. Alright, we have to kill Anaharu first, because he is going to fuck us up otherwise. He's really weak though. He's strong against spells, however. Dead. Maybe I can mind control her. Oh, she has lots and lots. Be better off mind controlling someone more prone to success. Diving tentacles? You subdue the furious souls, ripping them into motes of their constituent essence. Beyond this cloud of essence, you feel the pull of the cycle, a force that steadily increases. This pillar remains steadfastly blocked from the natural flow. Power still hums through the essence. Sending it through the cycle would restore the order around you. Fragmenting it would detonate the delicate balance of power, destroying the pillar. Either way, the steady tug of the beyond grows. You must decide quickly. Return the natural flow of the essence of the Adra, restoring its luminosity. You push the essence through the widening channel to the beyond. They churn and spin away. Suddenly, the ether around you develops into a churning maelstrom. You pull yourself back toward your body before the force rips your soul away. Ghosts didn't drop anything? Very sad. You cling to the tether of your soul, racing to the safety of the material world even as the immaterial one warps around you. Essence floods the newly restored Adra, filling it with a light and heat that is both agonizing and rapturous. You return to your body, feeling as though you've just fallen into it from a mountaintop. Your companions gasp and groan beside you. You cover your face against the light radiating from the restored Adra. Report the progress to Governor Alvaro. Don't know if there's any reason to go back to Pikawara from here, but... we can. As you near the dock, voices roar over the din of the waves. It seems as if the entire village has gathered, and many of them don't seem happy.
An angry crowd in the middle of nowhere. This seems familiar.
They argue with one another, pointing into the distance, but at your approach they turn to stare at you, their eyes wide with apprehension or anticipation. The crowd parts for the Ranga, whose grin is as broad as his shoulders.
My fishermen saw your boat sailing from Pococahara. The storms, they parted like a school of fish before Nagati herself.
He wipes his brow with the back of his hand.
Speechless, I say.
He laughs to himself and glances around, trying to spread his joy to the crowd. He clears his throat.
Now, the Valiant Trading Company will send ships, people, and supplies. Tikawara will be the greatest port east of Nekataka.
First they must clear room for docks and storehouses. But that will be many months from now, no?
The dwarf wipes his brow, considering the beach and the half-finished, half-painted huts built along it. The young priestess glares with open malice, the angles of her crossed arms, and clenched jaw as sharp as daggers.
Already they make plans.
If that is all, I should be going.
I say this is a turn in our fortunes. The first of many.
His smile widens further still.
You are always welcome among us. Accept this and know our thanks.
One exceptional spared thanks. The others nod and disperse, murmuring to one another as they scatter across the village.
The gods give answers. It is only my duty to listen.
Give her base's pages. You were right. No. That's just the ramblings of someone who is going insane. Makes no sense to give her that. What about the dwarf? Is he still here? Vector there.
Soon the director will send supplies and immensers and soldiers, unless you have room on your ship.
I found the remains of your expedition.
That you mean? Madiko.
His thick brows rise in alarm.
If the expedition failed, the company will hesitate to finance a second one. They might close the book forever.
Sighs, scratching his head.
You sweat too much over too little, Victor. I have never known the company to hold the expedition's cook responsible for its success or failure.
Captain Beza always said that the cook is the heart of morale. Can you not imagine why I am high-strung, with a crew's fortunes balanced on every dish? If their work was finished, their families in the republics would be compensated.
He looks at you beseechingly. Indeed.
Perhaps I should only be grateful they left me here.
The Defiant could use a cook unless you'd rather stay here.
I would consent to be chained to your galley if it saved me from this dump.
He sighs and pockets his dish rag.
For what do you linger here? The village is much too quiet.
I need a place to
You'll
rest.
never meet a more welcoming tribe.
She thrusts her face inches from yours and glares at you as if daring you to disagree.
See? The villagers brawl for the honor of your visit.
+3 intellect. +2 resolve. Let's go for it.
It is a bad omen to have a priestess so young. Age is no assurance of wisdom. Remember?
Ekeho.
So the hatching scampered off then.
He scratches the back of his head and shrugs.
I hope they recall this as nothing but a bad dream. Ikira.
Alright, final bounty. Where's the final bounty? Don't need those repair supplies. I think we've been full on repair supplies like since first place we set anchor. Hell no! Hell no! There's Nekitaka, but it was northwest of Nekitaka. We're looking for Dwergus, Brookspur Island. Huh? Silent Dwergus. Dwergus, yeah.
Something I can do?
Let's go stealth blast them.
Careful. Look.
That was a good initiate. But what level are they? They're like super low level, probably.
Of course.
Storm Turner Cloak. Armor rating against water attacks that increases as water loses health. Armor rating against freeze, against shock. Heads I win, grants head I win, tails you lose, grants tails you lose. Minus 75% crit damage taken, plus 25% crit damage done. Exceptional quarterstaff, nah, just a bunch of crap. Anyway, I'll be right back. After I can pause. Oh. Alright. Do we finally go and do main story? Bleak Rock Shrine. This is just somewhere you can rest. You notice a small pavilion containing a large weathered statue of stone a little ways off the path. It appears to be a Juana shrine. Approach and identify it. The craftsmanship of the statue is remarkable, but time has worn down its features. You cannot discern who this shrine was dedicated to. With 10 religion. See... Dude, oh, fuck this game. I hate this so much. Flavors. Me alone. So now we need to go to Dunwich, right? Oh, they're all in Neketaka. Thought one of them was in Dunwich. That's good. Wild mare.
Ado, my hunter. To what do I owe this delight?
It's your thirsty drake.
To think that such a magnificent creature could also be a water-hoarding pest. Dragons are a complicated bunch.
He hefts his head and looks deeply into its eyes before passing you payment.
Agrasima, my friend. You will let me know if you are interested in more work, Ak?
What bounties do you have available?
A marauder gang boss called Nomu broke free of custody along with the rest of his plunder buddies. It is said they wasted no time getting up to their old tricks. Prison is too kind for a pirate. So there is a bounty on Nomu's head. He and his ilk fled to the wilderness north of Neketaka.
That just the guy I saw on the map outside?
I admire you, Shoti, for holding to your beliefs even against the wishes of your superiors.
You really mean that? 'Cause I thought you didn't much like me.
I mean it. It took me entirely too long to learn to do the same.
Don't remember who we were supposed to talk to here about this. We lost an entire island? How did we lose an island?
You! I hope you are pleased with yourself. Because of you, I've been stripped of my position. Have been with the company for years. I had my own office. Now I'm ruined.
What a shame.
Now, I'm trapped here on this island, and soon to be destitute. I will grovel. Perhaps if I beg, I may at least have a position as a servant.
Luca buries his face in his hands.
Leave me in peace, you devil.
Okay, so I couldn't... you have to say it right away.
Welcome back. Governor Alvari will see you.
Ah, good, you're back. I hope you had a pleasant voyage.
I found the Adra vein.
Ah. Before you get too far on the way, I think you ought to come with me. Director Castol will want to hear from you in person.
The man who rises to greet you has a tidy scholarly bearing, only emphasized by the thin-framed lenses he pushes farther up his nose. He clasps his hands together, offering you a smile equal parts polite and relieved.
Alvari tells me you were kind enough to look into this business on Pococahara for us. I hope you bring good news.
Lot of corpses for one viable Adra pillar. I hope it's worth it.
A terrible price, to be certain. But at least we have not lost everything. An Adra vein of that size will go some way towards setting us back on our feet. And the crew, Beza and the others.
They died in the ruins at Pococahara. The defenses were too much for them.
A sorry end for such dedicated individuals. How very fortunate that you lived to tell their tale. I believe I can take things from here, Alvari. Agrasima. The Watcher and I have more business to discuss.
Oh no.
Oh, and do pay the man for his trouble first.
Alvari wordlessly hands you a coin purse. She bows stiffly, then turns to depart. You have gained 1700 copper. Like, we get so little, and the XP we got was pathetic too. And there were so many monsters that were like 4 levels higher than us. I don't know, it was kind of weird. But at the same time, it was also low level. I hate levels, they're so stupid. Levels is not an indication of how difficult something should be or how strong it is.
I thought it best I speak with you face to face. Watchers are not so numerous here in the Deadfire, especially those of such storied backgrounds as yourself.
Levels should be... The only way levels make any sense at all is if you use it as a timeline. That's the only way that levels make any sense. Like, you're fighting something, or if you want to like plot a course through a game and like have it to be the correct path, that way you can use levels and like make enemies too high here or too low there, and then you have like an idea, okay, we're supposed to be here now because that's my level. But it doesn't make any sense to make monsters higher level just to be stronger for like bosses and stuff. It works better in this game, but it like in D&D it makes no sense. It's so stupid. Because they always just become weird.
I'd read much about your exploits alongside the Crucible Knights in Defiance Bay. Their little experiments. And I think that we are, each of us, in a position to offer each other something that we cannot find elsewhere. The Valiant Trading Company has had a presence on this island for nearly a century now. We have the greatest fleet on the seas, the support of the richest men and women in the world. What can the Royal Deadfire Company offer? A soldier's wages, so that you can elevate the fortunes of a distant king? And the Queen? A place in the Kahanga tribe among all the rest of these neglected people. You've lived outside the caste system all these years. Are you eager to return to it? I can give you money, fame, certainly. But the men and women of the company, we set our aims high. And if I only wanted to offer you work as an Adra inspector, I would have let Alvari deal with you.
I'm not looking for a position.
No, I imagine not. But if you would consider a temporary partnership, I think you would find the benefits to your liking. The Valiant Trading Company has maintained an outpost here in Nekataka for nearly a century now. It was only 2 years ago that we discovered the effects of Luminous Adra with the aid of our animancers and several watchers. Flaune Alette has continued to study the potential of Luminous Adra in all manner of advances. Why content ourselves to sell all this Adra as a luxury when we might use it to change the world? Your gifts, Watcher, open doors that would otherwise remain entirely closed to us. I cannot help but think that your arrival here is the very best of fortune. Alette has been eagerly awaiting the opportunity to work with someone just like you. Her experiments have been tremendously promising. I beg you, speak with her.
My duty is to search for Iths. This is a distraction.
Well, how fortunate for you. The Temple of Gon is but a short walk from the tower where you may find Alette. Convenient, no? You will find Alette at the top of the spire of the Soul Seers, a tower once dedicated to Helia. That you will find in the Second Stair District, just north of here. Areto Gori, I will look forward to your return.
I don't want to do your side quest. Time to do main quest. But clearly we still need more insight. I want more metaphysics, but I can't get more metaphysics. And we're not gonna get metaphysics to a level where it matters. What do we want here then? Increase or decrease the size of the area. The cost or benefit of power level. Nah. Humbling. +1 penetration with weapons. That's honestly not bad. Sure. Resistant to might afflictions. More hammers. I heard a boom boom. Yeah, I can see that. %10 spell resistance. Become resistant to blind. Morning Star. Still don't know what to get on her. So useless. Mark. What does that do in this game? Minus 25 deflection for 10 seconds. It's not great, but... we can take suppress affliction. It doesn't hurt to have another suppress. Actually, let's take this. Another weapon set. And then she can have... flail? Warhammer, mace. Yeah, sure. Go with mace or with Warhammer. Just because if there's an enemy that's strong against both slashing and piercing, then she is just useless, so... Did I not have one Warhammer? I was quite certain we found a Warhammer. Ah, there. Oh, there was a space. Plus a shield. Yeah, let's take the ice. It might be worse in this game. In the previous game, it didn't hit your friends. Well, man, I don't know. It's on the same level as Chain Lightning. Do I really want that? No, I was thinking I needed something on this level that was an actual damage spell. So maybe we'll take Blast of Frost. Either that or the beam, but I don't like the beam. Because on this level I only have this Malignant Cloud, which is it's like a dot ground that does raw damage, but it's hard to get much out of it. So now what we can do is we can go and hand in all of these bounties and then go and sell, see if we have 30,000, and then buy food for everybody in town. That was the only way to do that we didn't get locked out of for some stupid reason. This one usually gives you a lot of XP. The last one was like 15,000 or something, which is way more than anything else. Even the main quests that we've been doing. Maybe I remember it wrong.
What say, Hunter?
Won't be slithering out of this one.
Snakes are difficult clients, I say. But I think mine will be very satisfied.
We got 10,000 XP.
Good work, Hunter. You must be in good health to survive Vesali's poison.
What bounties do you have available?
I have an unusual challenge, seeing as the target is already dead. They call him the Steel Preacher. In life, he was a devout Magranite with a pet construct. Rather than accepting death and passing through Tangaloa's jaws, he paid an animancer to stuff his soul inside his metal pet. Now he is a metal terror, purifying travelers in flame. The trail of his destruction ends on an isle due south of Fort Deadlight.
I will return whatever passes for his head. Next one is in the Sacred Stairs.
About Alava. I'm sorry. She must have meant a real lot to you.
More than I knew. Less than she deserved. But that's all past now. For a moment there, I thought her son might have been mine.
It's a shame he wasn't. You would have been good to him. Good for him, too.
When I heard, I didn't think I was ready. And then I thought maybe I was.
This one?
Hunter, do you come to serve your coin bond? Then our clients have transmuted gold into justice. You have proven to me that you know the value of a coin bond. There is more work for you, if you'll have it.
What bounties do you have available?
Onadire the Siren haunts the rocky shore and steers ships to a watery grave. The surviving crews of a dozen vessels have rallied their coin against her. She can be found in the western isles of the great Kua-Orokuhu chain.
Oh, we already have her? Sailors can rest easy for now.
Your coin bond has muffled a killing song. Excellent work. We are not finished. Your bond is needed again, and if your purse has room, we may help each other.
What bounties do you have available?
A wizard of great cunning slays Mataru warriors in single combat. Some accuse him of being an agent of Rawatai. They have forged a coin bond to see him killed. Ikorno pages through his grimoire in the central isles of the Kua-Orokuhu.
We had that one too? I brought justice to the wizard.
Imagine what we could make of these isles if more Hawana knew how to use coin as a weapon. Our work is almost finished. Your bond nearly exhausted, I say. The Rathoon warlord Yarza Gabrant has been terrorizing merchant ships across the archipelago. He seems to think that the islands require his protection. He was last seen taking shelter on an island in the southern midpoint of Magran's Teeth. The coin does not wish him to stifle trade. Enemies have bonded their funds to see this monster slain.
His flames have been extinguished. Apparently I also had him too.
There is great power in a promise kept, and great rewards. You have served your coin bond with distinction. Go and line your pockets with riches exchanged for promises fulfilled. I will do the same.
Nice doing business with you, Okaro. How much money do we have now? 43,000. Alright. All we need to do is go and give her 30,000 bucks.
Whatcha? Finest bit. Well, regale me. Oh, I guess 30,000 copper ought to cover it.
Deal. The captain massaged the hefty sack of coin with her meaty hands. Her head bobs, weaving to a mad music only she can hear.
We'll catch us a fresh contact. Round up the shipments again soon. Strong and sure. The Ruparu will have to stand on their own 2 feet someday. But for now, we'll keep them out of the ground.
She dips her chin in a gruff nod farewell. Ooh. Now we can afford making or buying a new ship soon. Now he's here. We need to talk to Enoi, the blind man.
You must gather.
This better give me a shitload of XP. The old man grimaces some attempt at a smile. He inclines his head to you, indicating he's aware of your presence. I found Ulug's body in the Narrows. Enoi stills for a moment, only moving to blink his black pebble eyes. Then he takes a deep, shuddering breath and exhales all at once. His damp breath smells like bile and illness.
It was as I feared, then. Tell me, how did he die? Was it fast, at least? Painless?
He was beaten to death. Looked like it went on a while before he died.
The gullet claims another life, then.
The old man groans, rubbing his knobby and jointed fingers across his eyes.
I'm sorry you had to see that. It's not right. Thank you for your honesty, Watcher. Few are there who will deliver bad news in all its sorry truth. Speak, and I will listen.
The Principi will supply food again if more Ruparu work with them.
I have no choice but to hope this venture together fares better than our last. We will accept the Principi's generosity and work to return it tenfold. Never can I thank you enough, Watcher who has the ear of both kith and gods. Always the Ruparu will know of your kindness. Should you need refuge within Nekadaka, know that the Ruparu will stand by your side.
Take care, old man.
May Amira's winds ever fill your sails, boy. We will not forget what you have done for us.
30,000 to get less XP than I got for a random bounty. Very sad. But we almost have another level.
Yes?
Oh, this is a bounty. Tornu. Voyager early muster. Okay. Go kill Aethys. The cliffs high above throw the narrow alleys and tunnels of Neketaka's ghettos into darkness even in midday. The reek of rotten fruit mixes with the noisome scent of dead fish, swaddling you along with 100 other lesser filthy fragrances. Your footsteps echo in the darkness, piercing the otherwise silent slums. I know my duty is more to the dead than the living, but these aren't hardly living conditions, as is. Suffering like this ain't right. Shoti shakes her head. You turn a corner and walk into a plaintive cry. Help! Misshapen shadows mix with low hissing and the skittering of claws on filthy stone to resolve into a pack of Skulder. Their glistening maws float in the black and cave grubs wriggle about their legs, mandibles snapping as if to mangle the air. On the far side of the creatures, a small girl dressed in the rags of the Juana grips a gleaming sword in both hands. She brandishes it wildly at the Skulder, each swing of the blade releasing a howl that keeps the beasts at bay. They creep ever closer to her, however, and her eyes plead with your own. Please! Draw the beast's attention. With a resounding shout, Adair rushes into the fray. The Skulder flinch and turn on your party. They growl hungrily as they charge forward. Oh. Oh, there's... She's still... She's still being...
Yeah.
attacked.
I'd be glad to.
There. Mind bent him. Of course, you stupid bitch. Walked right into my AoE.
This is futile. Very well.
Could use something to put a little pep in my step.
Matiko, I need to try something else.
Right. The girl panting before you, draped in tattered Roparu robes, bears a few bruises and cuts but look otherwise unharmed. Beads of sweat commingle with trickling blood on her forehead. Finally relaxing, she lowers the sword she's been swinging, letting the edge rest in the dirt. The pommel bears the form of a dog's head.
Thanks, stranger. Don't think I could have made it without you.
Lucy smiles, eyes gleaming in the gloom. You're lucky you're not dead.
I know. But isn't that true of most folk who aren't dead? Anyway, I think you should have this. For what you did, and for what you can do with it.
Both Juana and the Gullet don't have your grasp of Adiran.
That's Father's doing. He traveled all over and he insisted that I learn Adiran, Valian, and Rawatayan.
She puffs out her chest.
I even know a few phrases in Anutanic.
Should keep your sword.
It would mean a lot to me if you took it. Besides, it's a bit big for me. I should probably stick with daggers and the like.
Thank you. I'll use this blade well.
No, thank you for coming along when you did. And what's more, for helping.
Bows her head. We got a sword we're not gonna use. Well, no. What is this? Hey, it is a longsword. Yeah, we're not using that.
I truly appreciate what you did. Not everyone in Nekataka steps in for a neighbor. I need to be getting back to Mother, though. I probably shouldn't take home Skulder meat, should I?
Probably not. Where was I going? Out? Oh, come on! I just want to leave! As you follow the winding streets of Nekataka. The usual city sounds of cartwheels against cobbles and shouting vendor fades, replaced by the cacophony of a heated argument on the verge of boiling over. One of the voices rings familiar. Oswald from the Defiant. Sneak closer to observe. As you round the corner, you see Oswald surrounded by a group of unfamiliar soldiers. From their dress, you don't believe they're locals. They shout at Oswald to return the yelling with interest, though you can't make out the actual matter of the argument. One of the sailors shoves Oswald against the wall, and the hand of another thug lingers dangerously near his weapon. Who the fuck is Oswald? Novice navigator. Approach openly. Oswald's eyes meet yours and widen. Captain, thank the gods, I could use a hand here. Captain. The unfamiliar sailor scowls as she looks you over. You should teach your sailors better manners. This sodden fool got sick all over our boots. Her compatriots nod, eyes searching you. I am sorry about my mate's behavior, but I can't let you make them unfit to serve. I don't suppose an apology would suffice. Why can... Okay, fine. A perfectly reasonable way to resolve matters. Aloth looks brightly between the aggrieved parties. The sailors look to one another and one nods. She looks to Oswald. Let's hear it. Oswald gives you a sad glance, then looks back to the woman. Sorry, ma'am. What was that? The other sailors snicker. Sorry, ma'am. The woman salutes you, then turns on her heel. The sailors walk away. Somehow I succeeded on a diplomacy, but that's only because we had +5 from party assist. Oh. Morale gained 5. Oswald approaches you, grinning openly. Thanks, Captain. You truly saved me just now. Be more careful. Next time I might not be there to save you. Yes, Captain. Oswald heads off towards the ship, whistling along the way. Leave now? Yes. 20 lashes? Yeah, probably. So now we go up to Ashen Maw. Crew hungry? That you're not hungry. Fuck off. How does milk not give you positive morale? You guys are spoiled. Radolf. Who are we looking for? Chornu. There's Chornu. But no, I don't want to do that. That's just Prince being a pirate. I don't want to attack them. Egg ship. Gonna die? Alright. Kill the casters first.
Too slow. This thing isn't doing the job.
Yeah, it looks like we want crushing here. Die a lot faster now. Thick smoke, black as death, plumes from the peak of a rumbling volcano, the largest in the chain of mountains that make up Mogren's teeth. A serrated fissure gapes in the mountainside, deep and dark but intermittently lit by a red-hot glow. The cavernous opening is too narrow for the Defiant to sail through. The skiff sways tumultuously in the superheated water that closes you, the closer you row to the cave's cracked opening. Lava burbles down the mountainside, scorching rivers that disappear into the dark blue sea. Inside the rock face, the sound of churning magma grows louder and the air warms around you, beading sweat along your brow.
This where Gone stormed through? At least the dog. Correct.
Angry troll? Pet? Okay. Though ashen, the skin of this dead giant remains hot to the touch. Primal Flame. Primal Flame Ruby. Oh. Give me more. Slumped against the stones of the bridge, a giant clutches at his bashed-in chest. It's a mess of sinew and blackened iron bones, fiery blood flickering between his splayed fingers. Thickly rasping a breath, the warrior lifts his heated gaze to your face.
Extinguished or crushed. Us all, Defiler.
I need to get to Aethys.
Servants of the Defiler God. Damn you.
He chokes, liquid fire trickling from his lips. What happened to you?
Damned Reaper of Souls and God of Lies. Magran's most foul enemy.
Yeah, he's standing down there. Mercy killed by administration of poison. Drink this and rest easy. Okay, whatever. He closes his ember-hot eyes, a relieved sigh rushing from his chest as you brew up and then tip a vial of poison to his lips. The icy, slushy mixture takes effect immediately, dousing his flames with a sweep of hoarfrost through his veins. It leaves his face cold and ashen and dead.
Well, that was worth doing, even if we got nothing in return.
Doti swings her lantern back and forth over the warrior's body until a large, shimmering cloud of essence sifts up and into her lantern. She grunts, the lantern dipping in her hand as if heavier momentarily.
At least this means they're all dead, right?
This windlass is far too massive and heavy for a kith to operate.
It is accomplished.
Reckon this is what happens when you try to keep a god from an act. Lions.
At the quay, a rock slide has collapsed this section of the keep.
I shall be discreet.
Another devoured by the foul Reaper. Another deprived of the Everflame.
Do not dwell on this
Kith trespasses in the goddess's maw? But how?
Incensed, the giant warrior hulks, her thick muscles twitch, red markings glowing hotly against her ashen skin.
You must seek to follow in your Defiler god's footsteps. You will not, for I will smite you where you stand!
Bellowing, she hefts a massive sword overhead. But a second giant slams the haft of his iron staff into the warrior's hard-muscled stomach, abruptly halting her attack.
Hold, Sega! I would speak to this filthy minion of the wretched god Aethys before you char his bones to dust.
I am no friend of Aethys. He stole a piece of my soul, and I mean to get it back.
Ha! You think to confront an embodied god? Then you are either powerful beyond comprehension, or as much a fool.
He cants his head, broad fingers scratching at the rivets of his helm.
Yet you imply you do not serve him.
The first giant's grip turns white-knuckled on the hilt of her sword. Her muscles strain, and the metal quivers in her hand.
Rakir, move! We cannot allow these intruders to live.
Again, she thrusts the sword high. With a shrug of his meaty shoulders, he steps aside. Your fury should burn for Aethys, not me. Shoulders taut with tension, the warrior eyes the strewn corpses of his fellow Rathun-at-arms. They lie dried like husks siphoned of their souls.
I hope your weapons are as keen as your wit.
both for your sake and mine, puny Kith.
He places a hand out to hold the warrior back. He studies you intently.
You would face us in battle rather than flee? I like your mettle. Kith who does not cower before Margren's greatest warriors. We have not yet defeated the embodied god, but that does not mean we won't. The Jotziger is readying another assault from within the Jagged Keep as we speak.
Bathor, the equivalent of a warlord. This title is bestowed upon the most skilled warrior among the Rathun. A position earned through battle.
I will permit you to scamper closer to God's face, if you believe you can survive. Scurry deeper into the maw, but know that my brethren may squash you.
How can I reach Ethis?
All who neared the intruder god were gutted until extinguished. You think your soul could last even half so long as Rathun's?
Maybe the Kiths will last longer.
She snorts, but the other warrior ignores her, answering in her stead.
Only Margren's shrine with our Jagged Keep can lead you to the Defiler God. Kith, if Margren wishes you to face him, surely she will fire the way.
Very well.
Help me with the bodies, but this time gentle your grip.
It can't be helped, Rakir. These fallen are brittle.
Should we be concerned about that?
Ain't the volcanoes in Mogren's Teeth supposed to be inactive? I got a bad feeling this one's waking up.
Keep it down.
They're with gone now.
Lame bat. Dragon!
One.
Oh, come on.
Here we go.
Break is super weak, holy shit.
Leave it to me.
I'm no help here.
What do you need?
Oh, we can help it here.
Good. Of course.
That hit true.
Deep gashes mar this Rathun's armor and flesh. Jagged Keep, Lair of the Ancient. Okay. I'm sure the Lair of the Ancient is nothing dangerous at all.
stand together!
Blessings be upon you.
That's for my friends.
Yeah?
All right.
We'll manage.
Eyes open.
He waits in fire.
All right, that one felt more serious. This does not sound good. That smell. I hope it's just their cook burning the meat.
This place smells and feels like hell in the stories Uncle Angbert used to tell me to make me behave as a child.
A haze of soul essence sifts up like smoke from a corpse scored with heavy claw marks. Oddly, no blood pools beneath the body. The wounds had been cauterized. Alright. Hot to the touch, the essence slowly wafts through your fingers. Then you're tumbling down into the feverish sensation of a soul reed. You're a great champion, a Goliath among giants, your chest tight with pride, and now something darker, a strange dread. It flickers inside of you like the fires of a waking forge, because you know you too are soon to be tempered as you stare down upon the distant god. The defiler your brothers and sisters died to defeat, but could not, who now gluts on the Adra Spire, striking plans against Magran. The iron chains that suspend the bridge beneath your feet drip blood and sweat. Weeping, the maw spans below, battered by the invader, the jagged keep now ever more apt in name. He cut a path to the spire and could not be stopped. He drank deeply from so many of you. The Brenthes watches beside you. She is fierce and will know what to do. She can hear Magran within the flames. Without further delay, she hastens you into the dragon's lair. She will call the beast and it will ride with you into the assault. Brenthes, the Rathun are led by their high priestess, the Brenthes, one of the few among the sect of warriors with the ability to hear Magran's voice. Inside, the cavern is dark and simmering. The Brenthes rushes ahead of you, despite your barked warning. Something is wrong. The heat roils against your skin, a whisper of death, dangerous rather than comforting. The Defiler god has riled the dragon. The Brenthes has raised her torque, high as if to collar the dragon, the light of it sheening her helm in the darkness. She is thundering. The time has come, Jada. Submit to Magran's will. And the walls rumble from a sudden earthquake. No, from the beast's laughter. A shadow looms to your left, then scalding claws punch through your skin.
Rest now, warrior. Your soul is safe with me.
Zoti bows her head as she drags her lantern over the corpse from head to foot and back up again. When she reaches the Rathun's punctured chest, his soul lifts up from the body and drifts towards the lantern. With a shudder, it settles inside the copper cage.
Certainly.
So there is an angry dragon here. Telling me. Oh, buddy. Meow.
If it has survived this long near the keep, we may be able to reason with it.
A creature of smoke and scales, embers and talons, looms up from the darkness. Her back and ribs gleam luridly, red as the lake of fire that leaps at her feet. She hisses, the sound like rocks grating together in her throat. And though her peeled back lips form no words, you understand.
Who comes now to stoke the flames of chaos further? Have I not yet feasted enough? I suppose I can make room for another.
No. That can't be healthy.
Just realized how lucky we are to have never run across a sewer dragon.
A dry laugh crackles from the dragon's thick-scaled throat. Oh, Lucas. Yeah, it looks alright. The Rathun summoned you, so you attacked them?
We struck a deal. Eons ago. I did with a wily Brenthis. It's true these Rathun fed me exquisitely for so long. But today, they sought my wings like a firestorm to battle. My fangs like hot spears to pierce a god. I am the heart of the fire. I cannot be controlled. Not by a giant's weak will, and not by a sputtering trinket.
What was the nature of the deal you struck with them? The beast grates a loud, insidious laugh.
The Rathun would pay their tributes of flesh and blood, fire and gold. And I, when called upon, would fight fiercely at their side. That arrogant priestess thought to ride me, the magma that fires the mountain. She sought to command me. So I consumed her. The Rathun forged their deal when I was but a hatchling. Now no one controls me. And I would never fight a god for fools.
One call to duty in centuries, and you are too cowardly to answer it. Pathetic.
The dragon snorts smoke from her snout.
You are a creature most amusing. Perhaps I shall yet allow you to live.
I must reach Aethys in the depths of the maw.
You think to ride me, the great firestorm in the maw, to meet a blustering god.
Massive beast's chuckles roll out like thunder, but acrid smoke puffs from her nostrils, underscoring her anger.
If the Rathun could not tame me, why should a little wretch like you fare better?
That's not exactly what I had in mind, but now that you mention it, she bares her fangs.
I shall tell you this much, if only to keep you from my wings. Your path to Aethys lies through Margren, through her shrine within the Rathun's keep. Igniting Margren's shrine lowers it into the maw, so that a Brenthis may worship before the Ardra pillar. See?
How can I ignite the shrine to Margren in the Rathun's keep?
Why, I believe the Brenthis has the means you seek. A certain torque that she tried to wield against me.
Jadferlas the Ancient leaves the tip of an incisor with her tongue.
Sadly for her, its power could not hold a flame to mine. But as it was the Brenthis' last sacrificial offering to me, you understand why I shall not allow it to be stolen.
You're clever to covet a sacred relic of Margren's. Her power over fire is supreme after all.
Cherish one of Margran's abject trinkets? I do no such thing, wretch. I care nothing for her trifles. Take it. I have no care for the talk or the corpse.
Farewell. The closer you near to the dimly lit essence that smolders over the Rathun's burnt corpse, the stronger you feel the soul's flickering confusion and grief. Ashen crooked fingers clutch a still flaming torque, grasping the relic tightly even in death. Reach for the soul. Rather than falling face forward into a vision of the Rathoon's final memory, her last thoughts scream through your mind in a jumble of disjointed words and disbelief.
I am burning! I am burning! I am burning! And it is not in pleasure, not for Mother Margaret. I should have listened when she said nothing. But I was willing to die to reach the Everflame, to sacrifice them and everything to ash, to vanquish the Defiler. And I am burning, but not in the flame. Not with honor and eternity, but for a moment. I am disgraced. Who will lay the torque before the Mother to fire the way? Who is left? Who will guard the sacred spire, the Mother's mind? Who will descend the shrine to the Defiler's god's face? Not to these hands that are ashes sifting on a breath that is a last sigh of a wretchedly snuffed life. Not to me and mine. Now she who was blackened and befouled and forsaken by the flames, forsaken by Margaret.
Pry the torque from the priestess's hand. Twisting the torque free cracks off 3 of the priestess' black and brittle fingers. With a final flicker, a last swift and violent shuddering, the soul dims and disintegrates.
Rest easy now, priestess. I'll harvest your soul and your torment too.
Coaxing the soul with a low and soothing voice, Shoti jingles her lantern over the priestess's charred corpse. There's not much left after the trauma the soul endured, but a few glimmering motes whirl around and the soft light before fading into the lantern.
What can I do?
Doesn't want me looting her treasures, it seems. Alright, we got another level. More insight. More alchemy. Have any buffs here? Tactical Meld. Connect the Cypher's mind with an ally, granting the Cypher and their ally the Awe Inspiration. And increased engagement limit. Allied AoE, Resolute. +5 Resolve, Concentration for 6 seconds per 6 seconds. Cause a reverberating wave to wash over all those near a target ally, granting friendly characters the Resolute Inspiration, which again is +5 Resolve, and they get Concentration, and removing Concentration from enemies. But the other ones are just Detonate, that's damage, healing, accuracy and stuff. That buff. Friendly target becomes resolute and tenacious and gets +3 enemies engaged. Grants a single target the acute inspiration. +5 intellect. But we already have plus intellect, right? That's all the way fit. That's plus intellect. I don't want another trashy single target intellect thing. These buffs are garbage. Prevents a severely injured character's health from reaching 0 for a brief moment. Searing Seal. Here we just have Revive. Fine, I'll just take the Revive. Nothing else there was really interesting. Enemies that disengage are immediately attacked and prone if successful. When When hurt or above, the fighter's accuracy bonus increases. When bloodied or below, the fighter's deflection bonus increases. Or max health. Or deflection. Minus 25% armor recover penalty. I'll take that. Expertise in the Art of Pain leads all slash, pierce, and crush damage caused by the rogue's weapons to also do raw damage over time. Pretty good. Don't really have anything here. Sure, we can take that. Sacred Immolation. The paladin focuses their faith and self-immolates in blue flame. Each time the paladin pulses, enemies in the immediate area take burn damage, while the paladin will receive a portion of their total health in raw damage. This damage can kill the paladin. That's an insane amount, by the way. In the other game it wasn't that bad. 32 raw damage per 30 seconds for 12 seconds. That's like 120 health. That's like her entire health pool. But the damage seems much stronger here too. Maybe we'll still take that. The paladin will receive a portion of their total health in raw damage, yeah. And here, if you get defeated while it's up, you get resurrected. But this makes it heal everybody too. This one is really nice. It doesn't heal her, I assume. But let's go with that anyway. Get something here. Empower bullshit. I don't really want any of that. I'll take the spell resistance. Oh, we're not done. Enemies behind the target are now stunned instead of staggered. And you, what the hell should you take here? All these spells are just dog shit. This one can blind. So I guess that's something. It is still quite shit. Wicked Briars. Fine, let's take another revive there. Next level, I'll take this. It makes her do more healing. And Aloth. Kane's Chaotic Orb. It's not very good, but at least it does crushing damage, I guess. I don't really like the high level spells, they're kind of just weird. This one does raw damage on one target. And all of these are just empowered things are better, but I don't really like the empowering mechanic. So let's take the raw thing and also take...
Happily.
Hello, big guy.
You spend your whole life thinking you're a giant. And one day that fella shows up at your fortress.
That was awfully profound.
He's a big guy. He's what we're chasing. What's going on here? Bethune Raider.
Tell me we aren't gonna fight them all at once. Better yet, what if we didn't fight them at all?
Course.
Sneaking around a little bit. Legina has discovered something. Okay. But what? There's nothing. There's nothing anywhere. What did you discover? I hate that. They do that all the time in this game. They discover things outside of the screen, so you can't see what the fuck they discovered. There, we found it. Oxide has collapsed this section of the keep. You gonna patrol? Or are you just gonna stand there forever? But they're just gonna stand there forever. And she's dead. Now what about this? Oh, they changed it. It works like a fireball in this game.
not what the Brotherhood prepared.
Look.
Look there.
Fire Thrower's Gloves. +1 Arcana, +1 all evocation power levels. Oh, that's pretty good. +2 dexterity as well. That'll make him cast spells like 6% faster. There's no real sneaking around these guys. We just gotta go in and kill them. So many! Didn't realize they were all gonna come down here.
That's not very helpful. Yes?
Looks like we killed the shit out of most of them there fast. Nice. Now, this guy, can I dominate him?
How may I help?
Oh, they all died? What?
Blessings be upon you.
Bam.
I shall.
Iron Warhammer.
Supposing this volcano blows, what are the odds any of us but Gone survives it?
I'll survive.
Move quickly.
I can see the fury burning in her eyes.
A Ratoon warrior stands tall even among his giant brethren. With a stern sweep of his hand, he addresses the soldier at his side.
The Brenthis tarries for too long. Yet only she is fit to fire the shrine. Go and ensure that she returns readily with the ancients.
It would be my honor, Bathor.
Return in victory, Rekir.
Yes, Bathor.
And remember,
The giant sweeps his gaze in your direction. When the warlord spots you, his shoulders stiffen and he reaches for the mace strapped to his back.
you are a bold one to attack us in our own seat of power. I hope you are prepared to die here, for I will soon prostrate you on the altar of Margaret and burn you for her glory.
I have no quarrel with you, Bathor. I am only here to speak to Aethys.
Aethys deserves death, not words. The Defiler God has brought war to Ashen Moor in revenge against Margaret and her Rathun.
The warlord regards you hotly, fire sweat dripping down his neck. His surrounding warlords clang their weapons against their chests or the floor, clamoring for blood.
What is your relation to Aethys, if not to act with him against Margaret?
Berath wills that I intervene with Aethys.
Mere Kith are seldom agents of such a powerful deity. If you have no plans to defend the Defiler God, then we've no quarrel with you, Kith. We are prepared to assault Aethys at the base of the moor.
The warlord gestures to the shrine of Magron behind him.
The shrine will lower us to the sacred Ardra Pillar, where the embodied god now gluts himself.
Let me through. I'll speak with Aethys and convince him to leave this place.
Even if I believed you, I cannot do such a thing.
He shakes his head, his eyes burn, fiercely intent.
We guard the sacred depths of the moor. None may freely enter. Thus the shrine lies dormant, locked without the talk of Bethacton.
He shoves his shoulders back with pride.
Our High Priestess. The Brenthis is the talk's rightful bearer, but she has yet to return to the keep.
I found your Brenthis. She's dead.
Then it is as I feared, and as I felt. Her flames have been extinguished. I do not share the Brenthis' ability to commune with Margaret, but I must believe the goddess would will us to fight. We must make a final stand.
If you assault Aethys, you'll be slaughtered.
To die for Margaret is the greatest honor. We live only to protect the goddess and to serve her will. And Margaret has obliterated Aethys before, has she not?
I have the torque.
To returning victory from the lair of the Ancient. I misjudged you. You are one of a kind among Kith. What became of the Ancient? Jorda Fairless. Triumph will be nigh impossible without her.
What makes you think something happened to her?
Face beat red. Shoti chokes, pounding on her chest as she struggles for air.
Oh, who needs some old lizard anyway?
The warlord tilts his head as if considering the true meaning to your companion's reaction. Growing distrustful, he tightens his grip on his mace.
Answer me, Kith, without trickery or lies.
The dragon has forsaken you. He falls silent, the scrawlings on his skin flaring hotly.
Indeed. I feared the worst when the Brenthis failed to return with the beast. We've no choice. Despite the odds, we'll attack without either's strength.
He shakes his head, the motion grave.
If this is to be our last stand, we must prepare ourselves, either for victory or for sacrifice. Lest Margaret forsake us for our failures. You've earned the right to Fire Shrine, with the talk of the Ether Flame. But we cannot join you as yet, in facing the Defiler.
You stand before the shrine of Magron, goddess of flame and war. Lifting your eyes, fiery motes begin to streak across your vision as you stare into the imposing cast of her likeness. For the span of a single breath, everything falls eerily silent. The Rathun behind you fade away. Flames to either side of you flicker higher, dancing without sound. But the heat is real, licking at your skin. Then metal groans as Magron's statue bends her head to you in greeting.
Watcher, the time does not allow for niceties.
Her words flow like lava from her lips, like the trails that burble hotly from her eyes.
Even now, Aethys gains strength from the spire. What progress have you to report?
The Rathun are preparing a final assault against Aethys.
Then they will burn to ash and return to the mud kiln from whence they came.
He leans forward, the copper of her corded arms gleaming from the blustering flames. She tugs her sword free from her plinth, and the entire shrine shudders with heat.
Presently, I shall erupt this volcano, and with it, consume Aethys. I suggest you retreat if you at all value your mortal form.
Do you not care about the Rathun at all?
I formed the Rathun to serve, to ward against Kith in order to safeguard Ukaizo. Now they have served me. Their sacrifice is not without honor, as yours, too, will be. Fare thee on, Watcher. My condolences, should you die.
She inclines her head once more in a stalwart farewell. An avatar of the goddess flashes over the imposing statue before you. As the image fades, her absence leaves the shrine cold and deathly silent. A statue of Margaret towers above you. Bloodied and battle-ready, the goddess clutches both sword and shield. At the base of the statue, a rectangular iron-slatted altar rests between two unlit braziers. Place the torque on the altar. The braziers on the other side of the altar flare to life, red-hot flames shooting high before settling into a steadier, softer burn within the bowels. Lava eddies beneath the iron grating in the floor, heating the soles of your feet, while the statue herself seems to wake, metal groaning, rasping as the shrine moves. Descend into the depths of the ashen maw. With a squeal of metal against metal, the entire floor drops a stomach-lurching 5 feet. Chains clang like the toll of a bell as they catch, pounding against the time-worn gears. Then the shrine begins steadily lowering into the maw. As the shrine cranks lower into the maw, Aethys' colossal Adra-carved dome, neck and shoulders slowly emerge into view. This close, the god rises up like a mountain, larger than you ever remembered having seen him. Energy vibrates from his massive body, and a cacophony of mutterings and shouts from the souls, whirling within it, slams into you, nearly knocking you from your feet. Speak with Aethys. Yep.
I wish my diplomatic training included the polite way to get a god's attention.
Have you ever seen anything so awe-inspiring? Behold...
Watcher, I wasn't sure you'd make it. But there is enough of you in me to grasp that you had a better chance than most. Some would say it's because you have a strong soul. Great deeds come easily to one so spiritually blessed. Or have you become great because of what has been thrust upon you? Watcher of Cadnua, Herald of Berith, Hound of Aethys.
Oh my god. You're really... I mean, this can't...
I see you, Shoti. I am glad that we could meet, even if it is under quite unpleasant circumstances.
This is really happening, right? Gone. Your humble priestess is before you. Please, tell me what you require of me. How do I save more lost souls than I can carry in one lifetime?
Face bright
red, sweat beading her brow. Shoti stumbles precariously closer to the edge. Lantern rattling, she catches herself. A mere moment before she would have toppled over.
I know that you have undertaken a noble mission, but I will tell you what I told the Watcher. You need not fear for the lost souls of this world. As for you, Watcher, why is it you believe you have made it this far?
Remain silent.
You have come a great distance for answers. What would you ask of me, Watcher?
That we have. And I got a request. Down here. God, look how full my lantern is. I've been harvesting day and night for you, my god.
Lantern rattling, sickle gripped so tight her knuckles are white. She waves her arms over her head as she shouts.
My dear Shoti, I do not mean to diminish your presence here, but this is a question that the Watcher needs to answer.
I need to know why you've come back.
You need to know? Or Berith? Or the gods?
I need to know. After all you've done, I think every creature that lives and breathes on Eoria needs to know.
And it would seem even she whose presence shakes the heart of this mountain needs to know.
Magran is prepared to take drastic measures to stop you.
Margren fears what I will do, just as she feared what I would do in the Deerwood. But this time, there is no power on Eora or in all of hell to stop me. Understand that what I'm saying is neither a boast nor a challenge. It is the clearest statement of truth I can give you. Give Berith, in the hopes of dissuading you from taking actions that may harm others.
What are you going to do?
Force gods and mortals alike to open their eyes to one another. It seems my sister does not like the sound of that.
Quit dancing around the question.
A fair request. I suppose your time is more limited than mine. I want to return the gods to our original purpose, and to allow mortals to worship us, or ignore us, for what we are, not what we pretend to be.
Shodi gasps sharply, for once too stunned to blurt out a response. Her eyes are wild, with too much white showing, when she glances from Aethys to you.
Whatever you're doing, there's gotta be a better way.
When I entered Widewin, I did so with the intention of illuminating the history of Anguith. I wanted to show all the nations of the Eastern Reach the machines we had used to create ourselves. How we had hidden our true nature from mortals for millennia. But even if I had succeeded, my words would have been easy to deny. Belief creates the foundation upon which a mind's reality is built. Some minds can never let go of that foundation. They would rather hold tight to the world in their mind than accept what they're being told.
If that's so, what are you doing this time that will make any difference?
I have not come to speak, to convince, to plead, but to break the foundations of belief itself. To extinguish the lights that maintain the illusions we have created. We took on the mantles of gods from legends, and in so doing, made real what was false. Crafted truth from fiction. The time has come for a new covenant between gods and mortals. One forged in the light of truth and understanding between our kind. I will leave this place and go to the lost city the Huana call Ukaizo. It is there that all souls pass through the machines of the gods, where all souls pass into the beyond before beginning their next life. When I reach that place, I will find our great machines and tear them to pieces. I will smash the great wheel until the lights of hell all gutter and die. And when my work is done, I will leave this world forever.
More destruction. You're tearing the whole world apart because you can't make peace among yourselves.
Adair, there will never be peace among mortals, so long as they are unwittingly manipulated by the gods. The divine enslavement that Woodica reveres perpetuates ignorance, chaos, and violence across the world. I only wish to destroy the darkness that surrounds the gods, that you may better see us for what we are. I admit that's not the response I expected, especially given the volcano erupting around us. Still, I'm surprised Magran is reacting this way. I would have thought she would appreciate a trial of this magnitude, one that tests us all. Both gods and mortals alike rely on the wheel. We depend on it for the souls that give us power. Mortals depend on it for the lives of future generations. Breaking it will force all of us to face the truth. We will fail together or move forward together. Either ending is preferable to the cycle we still find ourselves in.
A big man, yeah, I guess.
Before it's too late, you gotta take the souls I harvested for you.
The priestess thrusts her light.
Her light pulsing lantern outward, as if waiting for Aethys to take it from her.
They are not for me to take. Shodi, you are their guardian now. You are their protector. You have taken responsibility for them, and only you can decide their fate. Once again, the gods have put you in a precarious position, Watcher. Considering all the troubles I have put you through, the least I can do is protect you from the wrath Magrin has intended for me.
Hey, nothing.
I must say, you've been remarkably calm in spite of all this. This next part may test you. Brace yourself, Watcher.
Guys and gals, we are literally being touched by the hand of God right now.
Despite herself, Shodi squeals. Trembling, she sways on her feet as if she might faint.
Hey, Aethys, we're not done here. You and I, we're not finished. Don't think you can just move me aside like all the rest. Maybe you can't be stopped. But on behalf of everyone you've trampled, betrayed, and ignored, I'll be coming to see you again.
Adair spits. In the surging heat, it never reaches the ground.
Perhaps we will meet again, Adair. Until then, take care of the Watcher.
Aethys' great hand floats away from the luminous Audra pillar. As it pulls back, for a brief moment you see a golden tether flash into existence between the pillar and the great Titan's back. When the Audra fingers gently cradle you, there is first a sensation of warmth, but it is followed by a harsh splitting of consciousness. Your awareness vacillates erratically between the physical world and the spiritual dimension of Aethys' body. Your soul glides amid the many trapped with Aethys. As your brilliant form passes by them, they call and reach out for help. Below Aethys' body, the volcano erupts. Molten rock rushes over the great Audra body, but does not slow its movement. Rathun rush to higher ground, but cannot outpace the lava, which overwhelms and consumes them as it rises. Your attention returns to the heart of Aethys' body. Deep within the whirling masses of souls, you again sense your own presence, the fragment that was taken from you. This time, you reach out to it as it reaches out to you. You meet somewhere in the great mass of Audra, the rest of the souls fading at the edge of your awareness. We are together again. Are you ready to be together again?
Say nothing?
Since we've parted, you've become someone else. I have become myself. When we join, we won't be ourselves anymore. Your senses yank back to your body, still in Aethys' hand. There is light, sunlight. He has emerged from Ashen Maw, the rim of the volcano and the great keep of the Rathun collapsing behind him. The Audra is barely visible through the thick lava covering his body. And still, he moves. The ocean is gone, water sucked away, leaving only the bare seabed glistening in an ominous silence. You summon the strength to turn your head. Through the cracks in the great god's fingers, you see a wall of water, taller than Nekataka, taller than Aethys, as tall as the moon. It comes with the rumbling of a terrible stampede. The wave slams into Aethys. His hand closes, protecting you from the devastation. Somewhere in your mind, you hear Andra screaming. You are back inside him. Back with yourself. Are you still the same Watcher who returned the lost souls of the Deerwood to the wheel? The soul observes you, waiting. I am.
Yes.
Good. Then this should be easy. You feel cool air, seawater. The back of your mind pulls your attention back to your body. Aethys stands amid the now calm waves. Kraken futilely clinging to his limbs as he gingerly sets down your ship with one hand. He carefully opens his other, setting your body on the deck. As your head comes to rest, your vision rocks forward, pulled back into the Audra, back to your soul. Some of us is lost to him. fragments and the empty spaces between them. They will always be a part of him. But we are still us. And it's time for us to go. Together.
Together.
The soul rushes toward you, flying into you with ferocious speed. You are thrust back through the Audra, out of the palm of Aethys's hand, back into your body. You can feel the sensation of your skin, the warmth of the Audra, but you are not fully in control. The other soul struggles to reach the surface of the body's consciousness, but you pull it down. Entangled, you float in a dark, boundless expanse. The more you fight each other, the closer you become, until somehow, impossibly, every piece of you is touching every piece of them. Through the distant window of your eyes, you see Aethys push slowly against your ship. Though his touch is light, it is still the touch of a god. The ship lurches, rapidly tearing across the water southward. His hand pulls away from your ship's wake, his body straightening, towering overhead. The volcanic rock, now cooled and gently steaming, sloughs from his body as he moves. The Audra beneath is still immaculate, unmarred. He watches you depart, and you hear a voice in your mind as you sink deeper into the blackness of sleep.
Tell them what you have witnessed, Watcher. Tell them what is coming.
The windows of your eyes retreat into the distance. The fragment of your soul is so close to you in the darkness that you can't tell if its thoughts are separate from your own. Aethys is going to Ukaizo?
Aethys is going to Ukaizo.
He's going to stop the
Wheel.
Aethys is going to Ukaizo. Aethys is going to Ukaizo. He's going to stop the wheel. The words repeat in your mind until they become an incessant, meaningless mantra. Involuntary meditation in the emptiness of your unconscious. When the words finally dissolve and become part of the darkness, you see a pinpoint of light. You no longer sense the other soul. No longer sense the person you were before Aethys touched you. You swim toward the light. As you come closer, the light becomes two blurry spots of radiance. You settle in behind your eyes and feel your lips already moving, mumbling. Around your body you sense familiar scents and sounds, voices raised in shock and alarm. You take control of your mouth, opening it wide and drawing a great breath.
Okie A pounding headache drags you most of the way back to your senses. Your vision blurs and an acrid taste fills your parched mouth. The details of the room slowly come into focus. The sounds of an ongoing debate, a distant echo.
Are we simply going to wait? What if he never wakes up?
Are those frilled collars stuffed in your ears? If the Watcher's mumblings are right, then Aethys is marching on Ukaizo. We have to move.
In the brief silence, you hear Hazanui Karu's boots scrape against tile as she paces.
He's seizing power from the very gods who betrayed him. Destroying the wheel to make sure they never come back.
She shakes her head and chuckles with grim appreciation.
It's a coup, and we have to muster the strength to stop it.
The unraveling of Kohopa from Tangaloa is our greatest test from the gods, I say. We must live to deserve the world they make for us.
Unekasa rests her chin on her fist and considers. The assembled leaders turn their attention away from each other in a prolonged and thoughtful silence. At last you feel fully present and steady on your feet. The attention of the room abruptly shifts to you, filling the void with expectant whispers. Say nothing.
Well, there is some life in him still, but I do not know how his senses fare.
Casal snaps his fingers a few times in front of your eyes.
Are you quite all right? You have been out of sorts since whatever that was.
Her golden eyes dart over you with concern.
We are beyond helping each other, you and I. But Ngati persists in keeping you on her watery game board.
Onekasa sighs through her nose and directs her attention to the assembled dignitaries.
The Deadfire is no stranger to cataclysm. We can survive by cleaving to a shared purpose, a greater good, Akira.
She looks to each of the envoys in turn.
For what else did the gods place us here? We who have ships and resources enough to make a difference.
Castal glances around the room at the gathered parties, his brows climbing.
What we need is brass. Roatai has ships and cannons aplenty, but the only way I'm sending them is if...
She breaks off at the boom of a door slamming open. Commotion echoes from the entrance hall. As everyone turns towards the noise, her hand strays to her gun. The sound of approaching footsteps grows in volume as a courier scrambles into the throne room, panting and glistening with sweat. His mouth opens and closes like a fish, gasping desperately for breath.
Ships have formed a blockade around Queen's Birth. Their commander demands parley with Serpent's Crown.
For what do our enemies paint a target on their hull? This is a stirring bid for my attention.
Director Castal said, What? What about our ships? I must get a message through to the captains.
Send word to my water shapers to drain the sea around the flagship. I would parley on better terms than this.
Onekasa begins to rise, but the courier speaks up ahead of her.
My queen! They fly the colors of pirates! The Principi are...
Well, what have we here?
A confident voice booms from the open door. The motley sailors who don't hold the Juana guards at bay with drawn weapons take in some of the more opulent decorations with avid interest. One pirate separates out from the fold, sauntering boldly forward.
Forgive me, lovesome, but it looks like you're having a party. A rather fine one to which you didn't invite me.
She winks, Solonet glinting in the light as she cocks her pistol high above her head.
You painted vagrants are a plague on my tribes. Why should I not hang you from the walls of my garden?
Onekasa grips the handrests of her throne as if ready to vault up and attack.
You should be asking yourself how they got in here in the first place.
She glowers in the direction of the throne.
Oh, I do love when they squabble. But I'm here for neither pleasantries nor entertainment. We've bigger fish to fry. Or should I say gods?
A determined-looking guard inches closer to Eldis from the edge of the court. Without looking, the Principi captain swivels her pistol to aim straight at his chest.
Now everyone just calm down. I promise we won't fire on you at this time. Unless firstly provoked. That is, until once we've safely absconded from the city back to the high seas.
She grins magnanimously.
Then all bets are off again. Aye?
Yes, well, if you have a point, pirate, I suggest you reach it quickly.
We're supposed to take a bunch of pirates at their word?
She crosses her arms, the wooden hand groaning.
Right you are. However...
The narrow-eyed look she settles on the room is more than a little bloodthirsty.
I'm here because I've got questions, ones that can't wait. And the Lovesome Watcher's the only one likely to answer them nicely.
Perkamplanka, this is nonsense. I have no intention of letting Ukaizo fall into the hands of plunderers and thieves.
Ukaizo? What's the lost city of gold got to do with a god on a rampage?
Aethys is going there to break the reincarnation cycle.
Well, fuck if that doesn't put things into perspective. But what's that even mean in the long run? Folks who die won't be coming back again.
It's possible. I don't know. This isn't exactly common.
This is all dark and foreboding sounding. But what's it mean for my soul? I mean, I like the idea of pirating throughout the Great Beyond as much as the next gal. But if, say, I got no awareness after I die, does it even matter what happens?
Ak, of course you have no interest past that of your eyes and your stomach. Let us speak now of what can be done. Must be done. Watcher, you know best of all of us what our options are.
Every cannon in Eora couldn't slow him down.
But, Watcher, you must have some solution. Some insight, at least. A weakness, or...
We have to act quickly. Defending Ukaizo is the highest priority.
A pensive, focused look sharpens the lines in her face. She scratches her cheek with the fingers of her wooden hand.
Our ships are fast and well-equipped. We could sail to the edge of Andra's mortar. See if Aethys' passage opens a way through the storms.
She narrows her eyes, watching the others.
Of course, finding Ukaizo once we're through is another matter.
My soul calls out from inside him? No, I've taken my soul back. There's only like some... If you can get me through Andra's mortar, I can take you to Ukaizo.
That's so. You just might be able to save us.
He scratches her chin, an eager glimmer in her eyes.
We speak of collectively sailing for Andra's mortar, but this crown will not support any plan that involves a single outsider ship landing on the shores of Ukaizo.
A hush falls across the room as Onikasa makes her proclamation.
It is for this moment that the gods test me. Anyone who seeks to cross Andra's mortar will learn that the gates of Ukaizo are the end of compromise with the Huana.
I think I'm getting the gist of it now.
She rubs the barrel of her gun under her jaw thoughtfully. Then she crooks you a cunning grin.
While these witless princocks go at each other's throats, we Principi will cut through the storms and plunder the city of gold. Whatever Aethys is seeking in those ruins, we'll find it, and then we'll sell it to the highest bidder. That, or me and mine will have front row seats to the end of the world.
If the Huana cannot take back our beginning, then our end fast approaches. The gods will judge us by our devotion to Ukaizo.
Are you going to guard it as closely as you've guarded your palace today?
He shoots a meaningful stare at the pirates.
Ukaizo was yours once, and you lost it. Meanwhile, the storms that cover Andra's mortar plague Rauatai too. We will help the Watchers stop Aethys, but we will not leave our country's future in soft hands. We hope the Watcher agrees.
Watcher, there are two kinds of people in the Deadfire. Those who have called it home since time immemorial, and opportunists.
Onikasa glares at the assembled dignitaries.
With Ukaizo under our control, the Huana would restore order as it has not been seen since the days of our ancestors.
He nods slowly, holding your gaze all the while.
By your own deeds, you have no part in these plans. I ask that you do not interfere in the work of the Huana.
Onikasa tips her head down, her eyes dark and full of restrained fury. It might just be your imagination, but the temperature of the hall seems to grow cooler.
Order. And the only question is whether it will be the order of ignorance and tradition, or else of conquest. The secrets to be found in Ukaizo could elevate us all beyond the telling. I will not relinquish that dream so easily.
With that, Kestal turns to stride away, his shoulders set in a rigid line. Without so much as a final farewell, Eldiz tips her head to her armed crew, and the pirates withdraw as swiftly as they arrive.
Watcher, I say the time to play at freelancing is at an end. Any of us could get you to Ukaizo, but only one of us will stand by your side.
Studying you carefully, Onikasa nods and gestures for her attendants to clear the room. Well, we've only helped one of these guys.
While we have the chance. Talk
is over, I say.
Okay. Well, if you don't want to talk, then fuck off.
Hail and well met. Well, you would need to become a shield bearer yourself to really learn
Enhanced
it all.
survival and
I suppose I can
athletics.
teach you a thing or two as we stand here. My thanks.
Blah 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 blah. But again, the only people we've helped is the Violin Trading Company, so we'll have to go. Burned book. Sliced bacon too thick.
Out there. Will no one help me? Perhaps in a day or two. Prince Aruihi enjoys wild tales. Well now, if there were any man here worthy of a grand reception. The guards here will not listen. Will you, sir?
I typically just sliced it like centimeter thick.
Myself? I am no lord save upon the deck of my ship. And she is lost.
What's the matter?
I lost my crew. All but myself and the bosun, yet nobody will listen. Not the Queen, nor the trading companies. Too busy waging war upon each other to pay mind to a rudderless captain. They don't understand. It's not just me. What lies out there, it'll swallow us all up if it isn't stopped.
Do you mean?
It were unnatural. The Antelope were a fine ship, and we sailed her out east, out of Kahanga waters and into the great wet country. Bright sky and a good wind. Until the fog came. We were boarded before we knew it. Men, things like men that howled like demons. They cut down half my crew, took the rest. Gods forgive me, but if I'd stayed to look on, I'd never have made it to the launch. But we saw it. After the fog cleared and the ship was gone, a spit of land, bristling with the wreckage of other unfortunates. A finer crew I'll not find than that which served upon the Antelope. All dragged into the fog, like the gods plucked them off the deck.
That's terrible. I'm sorry.
I'll not forget it so long as I live. I am a landlocked wretch with no ship and no crew. But I have warned you fair. Keep you clear of that ship's graveyard, for it has made a ruin of a seasoned sailor. You have listened well. Here, go you now prepared. And should you ever come upon my crew, do what you can for them.
Remember that story for scaring little kids.
When the castle summons her master water shaper, war is brewing. Yeah, they wanted me to talk to the gods. That display at the Kahanga Palace was shameful to witness, nothing less than proof of why mortals require capable rulership and a strong hand. When I walk among them again, chaos of that sort won't be tolerated. Authority and temperament are non-negotiable. My siblings took a valiant swing at Aethys, but it seems our intervention will have to wait until we've had time to gather our strength. What of you, Watcher? Your bearing is set and Ukaiso looms on the horizon. After everything you've seen, do you believe mortals are equipped to take control of their destiny, or do they need a firmer hand? A firm hand crushed my castle. I could have done without that. Your heart is thick with vengeance. Even in defiance do you serve me. Find Aethys, follow him to Ukaiso, and let my justice fill your sails. So, another of Neketaka's dirty secrets comes to light in a spectacularly dramatic fashion. You should think twice about your Huana friends if anyone pleads ignorance about the dragon beneath their streets. A dragon is not so easily hidden from the world, much less the eyes of royalty. The Huana think the diminishing of their oldest talent is a test from the gods. They couldn't be more wrong. Everything they do is a test, and we observe closely. And yet you allowed the beast to hunt the sky again. Was its freedom worth the price of an orderly, balanced society? Think on that. I am beginning to question my trust in you, Watcher. This is a sacred communion, and your conduct is beneath any acceptable standard. Even though you are living up to my admittedly low expectations of mortals, know that I am displeased, and that is a dangerous way to approach me. You have no power over me. I owe you nothing. Is that how you see it? Very well then. I am the one at fault for putting any trust or confidence in you. From now on, you do just as well to leave my book shut forever.
Woedica nods stiffly. You feel her presence drift as a breeze, rustling as it goes.
I was just kind of weirded out that we just keep talking to Woedica instead of Bareth. You sell here? Get rid of all of this crap. Crap. Then we've got fine. Ordinary sword. Fine. Fine. Then that's where exceptional starts. Requires at least 5 crew to operate. I can afford 1 new ship. Prices are kind of weird, to be perfectly honest.
The light will guide me.
Orphe! Don't really care too much about Dwarfy. I hate the... I wish these were different. Bonus penetration to attacks. Damage bonus. I don't know if this this isn't really worth it, but we're doing it anyway. Conqueror's Stance, and that's just more damage. Minus 25% armor recovery penalty. That's worth it. What do we get here now? Clear out. Range melee. Refreshing defense. Crit. Or max discipline, sure. That on, and then we have that. Fires 2 shots before reloading, yeah. Yeah. Because they... Is this Gandalf? Yeah, this is Gandalf. Because when they're on the boat, they... Wait, Gandalf needs a book. But yeah, when they're on the boat, they attack and they use their skills and everything, so figured I might as well. Are all my spellbooks on the other lad? Regardless, Dwarfy is ready. Aloth. Bellwright's Grimoire. And the Spellwright's Grimoire is fine. That to Gandalf. It's bugged. Even if you drag something into a slot, half the time it doesn't work. Gandalf, you can dress like that. Nah, dress like that. This guy, he's got a battle axe. We don't have any battle axes. G. Arquebus. That there. There. And I wish I had an auto level thing here. I don't really care about this much. He's an evoker, especially. I don't want to give him that. Gonna blow me up if I give him lightning. Two more. Barbarian. Holy shit, this guy is so ugly. Done? She is apparently not done. God damn. In before it crashes or something. Revive companion. Take that. Holy shit, finally. Alright, well. Maybe they'll help a little bit. It battles. What do we have here? Helmsman. That goes there. Cook, deckhand, cook. No, that guy is only a cook. So you can be a deckhand. Boatswain, cannoneer. Navigator. You. Deckhand. I don't want to fly other people's colors. It's just weird. Yeah? Thinking the new house will have no overhead lights? Why? Front lit, I don't look balding. Gotta embrace it, dude. Oh! I mean, there's nothing stopping you from having both. Just another button, right? You know what you should do? That's really cool. There's one house in my town that does it. They have like lights, wall lights on the outside of the building, all around the building. Just like on the wall, and they have it all along the outside of the roofing. It looks horrific. It looks like a ghost house or something, like some kind of attraction. Super weird. And they have like white lamps on the outside of the building. All over, all around it.
I am still trying to make sense of the Countess' report. He is not a man given to colorful language, and yet, what has emerged from Margaret's teeth? From the moment I first sighted these islands, I knew they would be the birthplace of a new age, something unimaginable. Interesting times we live in, you and I. Now then, was there something you needed?
I'd need the very best hull and sails available in the Deadfire to go there on my own. Okay, but I think we're almost done with this guy. And I just bought another ship. Seems to be pointless. Hilda sits on her tower next to me and begs for bacon. Yeah, they just beg to beg. So I need to go and talk to this random Animancer person. I don't really have that much. Hell or anything. What's the very best hull? Which ship do you think is better anyway? Our main one. Our current hull is Bardotto hull.
Be with you in just a... Almost had it. Damn your eyes.
The sun-scarred dwarf gingerly picks at a splinter in his thumb, muttering.
Hazard of the work, really.
He gives up with a frustrated grunt, shaking his hand.
Came in on the sloop? I can hammer your ship together if you're apt to pay me for it.
I'd like to see your goods.
Oh, come take a look.
It's just the same shit.
I'm here.
And sales available in the Deadfire. Whatever. I'm just gonna go and do this thing for the Violin Trading Company. Over this way. We need to go to the stairs. In the higher reaches of Neketaka, slanting shanties and buildings of foreign design fall away to be replaced by colorful open homes with wide wooden doors, boasting intricate reliefs. Rather than pester you for a bit of coin or a bite of food, the children here try to sell you tickets to a play or extol the benefits of the public baths. You turn a corner and plunge into commotion. One of the great homes crackle before you, completely ablaze. Most of the Hana stare, enraptured by the flames, but a few cry out or run for the fire brigade. Examine the house. The home seems no different than others in the district, though perhaps a bit larger than average. Bright blue paint flecked with white accents peels over sturdy stone, where it hasn't already been blackened by the fires. The large front doors are open, coughing smoke into the streets, and you think you can make out shadowy movement within. Fresh torches lie on the eaves above. It seems this was the work of arsonists. Freeze ability. Put out the torches with frost magic. Loti chants and you feel the balmy tropical air plunge into coolness. The powerful blast of cold extinguishes the torches, leaving a slick of coat of rime on the eaves around them, but the flames have already spread into the depths of the home. You plunge through the open doors, an arm raised protectively over your mouth. Smoke surrounds you and the heat plucks at your skin, curling your hair. Then you see the bodies. Crawled out in the main room are 3 corpses. 2 lie on the floor, wounds from small thin blades, still oozing blood. A third is draped over a long, low chair, her body punctuated by crossbow bolts. Investigate for clues. A faint trail of bloody footprints mark a path toward the back of the house. Search for the presence of spirits. You open your watcher senses, seeking the presence of spirits. You feel pain buffeting you, the stabbing agony of blades bites into your skin. The heavy strikes of crossbow bolts. You hear footsteps, the gullet bastards who killed you, fleeing through the back door. The essence of the spirits roils dangerously, fed by the physical flames and feeding them in return. The vision fades. Pursue the arsonists out the back. You burst through the back door, onto an almost abandoned street. A group of ragged kith holding torches are the only people present. You note one of them holds a bulging sack stained with blood. One of the kith, a broad-shouldered human with a tight-fitting mask, scowls. Got ourselves a hero, seems. Sadly for you, the boss were clear on us leaving no witnesses. You've seen their type before, hanging around Dario. By the way they handle themselves, you infer that they were most likely hired by him. Grinning, the thugs draw their weapons, spreading to surround you. Attack. Kill the witnesses and scatter. Right through. You guys are very dead. Ouch!
I'm feeling the strain.
Don't really know how Arcane Reflection works. Regardless, give him a heal. Oh, he turned me into a piggy! Oh, there's flame lights? Where'd you come from? Fine saber, fine club, fine trash.
Indeed.
Where was I going? Heading to the Sacred Stairs, Temple of Gone. Oh, stop! This... Nekitaka's poorer districts hosts more dark than light, the streets and alleys the only housing many Huana know. As you pass by one of these alleys, a voice calls out. You turn to see a hand fold out from the darkness. The pale palm balances a figurine. More silhouette than statue in the dim light, and when you try to get a clearer look, the fingers fold back up. Man, this game is so fucking bad. Holy shit, this game is so ass. Absolutely. Oh. What an absolute garbage game. This is what happens when you try to make open world shit and it just sucks. Like, whoa, yeah, you can go around and you can explore, and the only thing you find is like some random apples on a fucking tree and just a bunch of garbage side shit that has nothing to do with anything. It's just an internal slog to get through all of this goddamn bullshit. Just so you can finally do the main story. Like, 1 is still bad when it comes to that. But it's not nearly this bad. Because there, most of the areas and a lot of the larger side quests feel a lot more related to the lead and key. And like animancy and stuff in general there. Here it's just garbage. Magic, the voice says. It summons beasts to harry your enemies. We'll save you in a pinch in a city as dangerous as this. Surely your life's worth a few silver. Torch light glints from the man's teeth. You want, you follow. The figure withdraws into the darkness. Though you only caught a glimpse of it, you know that the figurine is no mere trinket. There is untapped power within its form. Enter the tunnel. Within the alley, a torch ignites, revealing a tunnel entrance. You pass through the archway. On the other side, a group of principi hold torches and blades. Bodies stuff the corners, eyes dry in the flickering flames. Some with their hands bound, others face down in the grime. Strangely, Basile. A Valdian term meaning easy, isn't it? The pirate draws his weapon. Set out a little chase and these foreign rats come tick 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 chittering in. Draw your weapons and attack. I wish people would make strategy AI. Yeah, me too. Yep. Yeah, that's why I don't play them. I've said it many times. It's not worth it because there's just there's nothing to it. Stop teleporting around so much.
Let's try again.
Yeah, let's try again. Oh, it gets completely Will you lose it if you get, like, completely interrupted?
Perhaps a little rest is in order.
Come now, step into the light.
I do think it's hard to program something like that, but I don't think it's even remotely that hard that none of these strategy developers should have done it. Because it is actually a business opportunity, to be honest. If you can program a strategy AI, then you can, to some degree, most likely sell it. If not, just keep it for your own game series, unless you're just programming the AI. Yeah, like, we get there now? Finally. But then again, Vicky 3 is a special case, because it's, you know, fucking Paradox trash game. Even if it did have good AI, I wouldn't play it. So who am I looking for? Merchant. Supposed to meet somebody. There's... Is it in the spire? Yeah, I think it's in the spire. Was she outside the spire?
Supplies here.
Lawn elect. Deal.
Come to watch us work? It's not as exciting when we're running through calculations.
Castol sent me. He seemed to think I could help out.
Did Castle say what all of this is about? Never mind, I'll explain. It's the Adra, of course. Everything's been about the Adra. We've catalogued a number of interesting properties unique to Luminous Adra. But there are some very specific qualities we are investigating. Qualities that a Watcher happens to be uniquely suited to exploring. You're just what we're missing.
I am no test subject.
Consider yourself an equal partner in the pursuit of knowledge. The things the Adra can do. Luminous Adra has special effects upon Kith. Even to the humblest, it offers some small improvements. rejuvenation, vitality. The kind of thing you sell to people back home, ne? But what about those who have already harnessed their own essence? Consider the talented cutpurse, for instance, who can cross a room by slipping briefly into another place. The world between. Luminous Adra holds enormous quantities of essence, the kind of energy we can't replicate or restore. And these formations have a kind of connection to each other across the in-between. I believe we can harness this connection and your natural abilities to transport a person across great distances in a moment.
Your theory is sound. I've used the Adra to track someone before.
Oh, good. You've done some experimenting on your own. A curious mind is a happy mind, I say. Can't mope about ghosts all day. We've collected a number of illuminating readings, and our machines are ready to harness the Adra's essence. But for the moment, we are effectively blind when it comes to targeting the next pillar. Now, if someone were capable of sensing that essence in the in-between, even of manipulating it, someone like a watcher, for instance.
Want to use my connection to the Adra? I could target a specific pillar.
Precisely right. We've had luck with shorter jumps, but those were as much spellcraft as science. The idea is for you to focus on the next connection point. The machine will use that new link between the Adra veins to create a tether, as well as provide the energy for you to jump effectively. What's really exciting is, so long as you are holding that connection open, your companions can jump alongside you.
What if we all just walk instead?
The next pill is due east of here, in the middle of a farm. It's not as tall as this one, but you shouldn't have any trouble finding it. Oh, and don't worry. We paid the farmers.
Alright, let's do this.
Gelade. Very well. You stand there. Ansel, the machine. All right, Watcher. Remember, focus on the beam of light. It ought to be like stepping through a door. And remember, don't...
Don't what?
Can't say this is what I imagined hell would look like.
I wouldn't touch that if I were you.
Whoa. Run!
You up there, run!
We have to go. Can't. No, please.
AI was moving in the cutscene. Killable? Seems killable.
I'm sorry, I can't. Yes.
Another spirit there still.
Of all my people,
Oh, thank you.
I am the last.
Thank you.
I cannot die here.
I conquered it. City of the Grey
An
Lands.
end at last.
They will remember
I
my
beg you.
name.
She te kasi bizu. Ye ked tigewu tikiki.
It's Yikiki to you too, dude. Soul collector. Hello, badass. You're a big boy. is weak to fire, reflex, lightning. This guy is immune to lightning.
Watch your fire!
Pop the Sacred Immolation. Please stop dying.
I cannot hold up much longer.
Bunch of raw damage there.
I don't think I can pull that off.
Stand together!
How many bodies can we loot here?
The beast of winter.
A wall formed from tessellating blocks of bismuth rises before you, and from out of that wall, just a face at least 3 Aumaua high. Its mouth hangs open in a silent shout, eyes wide. A damp, frigid wind screams between the rocks. It carries whispers in its wake and chills you to your core.
What have we here?
The voice of Rimmergad rumbles from the stone.
A wayward watcher has wandered into my realm. Whatever should I do with you? You did not receive an invitation to my realm, Herald of Barath. Tell me, why should I not grind your soul to dust? Embrace oblivion with open arms, Watcher.
The chill wind you first felt when you entered this place picks up. It becomes a deafening cacophony. A shriek so loud and sharp it might tear the very bones from your skin, or shred your soul to cobweb tatters.
As much as it would delight me to scatter your soul, you belong to Barath. I will spare you that fate. For now. Now, on to the matter that brought you here. Your Animancer friends meddle in things beyond their comprehension. Were I not the generous creature I am, you would have died. Be sure to tell the Animancers that they have failed, and that they have drawn my gaze. I will not hesitate to obliterate them if they irritate me again.
I'll do as you ask.
Of course you will.
He radiates a satisfaction, thin and sharp as polar sunlight.
You might prepare yourself, Watcher. Aothas's plan is a bold one, brilliant in its simplicity, and he has the will to bring it to fruition.
What will happen to us?
Well, you know what I desire, and do send my regards to your Animancer friends.
Rimmergon's voice fades to nothing. Only the wind remains.
Great at parties, Rimmergon.
Dude.
Watcher, can you hear me?
Oh, Atreus? You raise your head to find yourself surrounded by anxious faces. Lon withdraws the finger currently prodding at your temple and nearly stumbles backwards.
Oh, thank the gods. Thank Helia. Merla, you had us in a panic.
Lon sets a hand to her chest and fans herself with the other.
I don't have to tell you it didn't work. The current spiked and you went completely still, breathing but nothing else. We sent for the physician. Myself, I was about to try throwing some water in your face. What happened? Did you feel any pain? Do you remember anything?
I think I ended up in the beyond. Lon raises a brow, but the other animancers look at you with undisguised curiosity, even awe.
What was it like?
Cold. Weird. While you speak, one of the researchers prods you gently with a copper rod. You hear the device in his hand give a high, piercing whine. Well, now.
Sientere, Watcher, truly. It seemed we sent your mind further afield than intended, and without the rest of you in tow. Not entirely outside our predictions, but not the result we wanted. We have stipend for volunteers. You're welcome to the sum of it. I hope it goes some way toward earning your forgiveness. Just as I hope this hasn't put you off helping us. We just have to adjust the current, give you a chance to control your flight, for want of a better word. We're all very glad you're in one piece. We'll have a look at the machines, figure out what went wrong. Until then, I'm sure our friends at headquarters will want an update. And to see I haven't done you any permanent harm.
Okay, so I can't even tell them that.
Word when we're ready here.
I don't even get to tell them what Rimmergon said. Unless I do it with the sassy choice. Fucking. The writing in this game is so dog shit for all the dialogues. Oh. All right. That the last? Please don't send me on any more errands.
You must gather your... before venturing forth.
Aww.
Here he is, and in one piece. I jest, of course. Was the experiment a success?
I helped Flann with her experiment at the spire.
A very dramatic first attempt, I hear. Though, Alette has a tendency to gloss over details. But, I want to hear it from you. How did it go?
My soul was sent to the beyond, into one of Rimmergrand's realms.
It, must have been incredible. For a priest, more so. Communion with the gods. One of the more intimidating deities, to be sure. A near-death experience does little to recommend Alette's efforts. I am glad you are in one piece, Watcher. We are in the early days of Alette's research. Flawed as this outing was, there is promise there. This is only the start, you know. The very dawn of a new age of discovery. But just imagine.
The soul spreads his hands, his eyes behind his spectacles are fever bright with enthusiasm.
Imagine if we could transport goods and people more quickly than any vessel or horse. Cure every kind of ailment. Perhaps cure disease altogether. We'll extend our lifespans by decades, maybe even centuries one day. This has all been the work of a single outpost. I want there to be a dozen outposts, 100. Animancers working together to better our lives. Look at what we have left behind. Old Valia is a battlefield at constant war with itself. But the republics have risen from that past. We can rise farther still. And in doing so, we will raise all of Aora with us.
Belfetto!
Paladina's outburst is restricted to a single word, but her gaze is riveted to the director. For a moment, you even see the blue flames of zeal flickering in the depths of her eyes. And if your masters permit it.
They see the benefits of Luminous Adra now when our research is at its most nascent stage. They only need practical demonstrations. Once the potential is made clear, they will understand. But I've said enough. Too much, I think. There will be more experiments to come. Until then, I have a more grounded task I need assistance with. Nothing that should put your spirit in any danger.
Okay, so I can't tell him that Rimmergrand is going to destroy them if he keeps going, and more side quests.
Nekataka sees its share of smuggling. I doubt that would surprise anyone. But we've learned of a particular exchange that will have more dire effects than a few spoiled Hawana peasants.
Game is so shit.
There is a Royal Deadfire Company official by the name of Quarno who has been meeting in secret with one of the Principi. I do not believe he works with the approval of his masters. He meets with a Captain Tola, a known pirate and smuggler. I hope I don't have to tell you that an alliance between a crooked royal official and the Principi is not the kind of trouble any of us need. I have a woman, Britza, waiting in the luminous bathhouse in Periki's Overlook. The smugglers do business there, and she has kept an eye on things. I promise to send assistance. Find her, and she will tell you what she knows. Excellent. Meeting you has been a stroke of luck, Watcher. I'll await your report.
This is the...
You must gather your party.
If I wanted to show someone how to absolutely not design a story progression, this is the game I would show them. This or like Breath of Fire 3. Because it's all just dog shit trash that you're doing all the time. Not working towards anything. You're just leveling up. And now I'm just working towards some fucking garbage so that they will let me go with the ship. I don't want to see more of these. Holy shit. Why are you just dumping them on me now? Like, I've been walking around town tons of times, and now it's just like 400 million in a row. Ugh. I just want to progress the main story, dude. I don't care, walk away. Can I go there now? Bathhouse, bathhouse, bathhouse. There.
Hot razor skewers, crusted swordfish.
Rizzy.
You and I, we have a mutual friend, do we not?
She grins widely, tongue pressing pink between her teeth. I am here at Director Castle's request.
Good, good.
The tension in her shoulders settles, and she hazards a small smile.
A Royal Deadfire operative, Quarno, and his Principi associate, Tola, will meet tonight to discuss the details of business arrangement. They have bought out the entire first floor for privacy's sake. Even Gunnar, the proprietor, will excuse himself. Only bathhouse attendants will be allowed to remain to ensure their comfort. You understand?
You need me to do?
I will disguise you as a bathhouse attendant, so you might observe their meeting. With luck and some cunning, you may be able to discover the details of their special arrangement. You will not be able to take your gear, but do not worry. Should the situation get out of hand, there will be a stash of weapons hidden in one of the changing booths. But I am sure it will not come to that.
Anything you can tell me about Quarno?
He is a snake in the body of a man. Though he is supposedly the Royal Deadfire Company's man, he always seems to be working some deal on the side.
Anything I should know about Tola?
Tola is fond of drink, and her tongue flaps loosely when she has had too much of it.
I'm ready to infiltrate the meeting.
Velarde. Then you will take your disguise, and I shall take your equipment, Ak.
Her voice drops to a conspiratorial whisper.
Take this rice wine as well. Perhaps you will find use of it, eh?
Quarno leans against the wall of the bath and regards you skeptically. He wrinkles his nose and grimaces. The golden torque around his neck and gemstones in his ears glimmer in the low light.
If I grow hungry or thirsty, I will call for you. Until such a time, leave me in peace.
As you wish. Tola. A boisterous woman with a long sunburned nose motions you to approach. Her eyes droop half closed, and the stench of liquor wafts off her.
Ah, what timing. Landing in all this water's making me thirsty.
Bow and give her a bottle of rice wine. She drinks deep from the bottle and releases it with a belch and a smack of her lips. She regards you through red-rimmed eyes and slowly looks you up and down.
Are you new?
She peers into your face and frowns. She belches loudly.
It's probably the wine.
Tola stares at you unsteadily. her eyes half closed. Give her another bottle of rice wine. She grabs the bottle and chugs the entirety of its contents without taking a breath. She sways a bit and when she sets the bottle down and gives you a bleary-eyed grin.
Has anyone ever told you you're great? 'Cause you are really great. You should ditch this stupid bathhouse. Join my crew. I just got a bunch of fancy new cannons from Quano. We'll be the terrors of the Deadfire. It'll be fun.
Anything else I can get for you?
No, I've already had too much.
What do you plan to do with all that firepower?
I'm gonna blow up some Valian trading company ships and take their luminous Ardra. But shh, don't tell anyone. It's a secret.
Her words run together in a drunken slurry. Bow and leave. Okay, I think we're pretty much done, right?
Report to Director Castle once you've learned what you can.
Okay, well, what about my gear? Can I have that back? Bitch.
Report to Director Castle once you've learned what you can.
Give me my gear back.
You must gather your party before venturing.
Weird that you can't quick travel there.
You must gather your party.
Stop! See, that is the problem with a day and night cycle. It just like you have to ask yourself, does it actually do anything of worth? Or does it just mean that the player has to stop and wait with a wait button to be able to? Because generally it doesn't affect anything except for like 2 things in the entire game. Like one time you have to sneak in somewhere, and then there's like a store is closed.
Watcher, what excellent timing. Alette has sent word that she has finished her calculations. The Animancers are ready to try again. She assures me that she made all the necessary corrections. I confess, I am very excited. I have a good feeling about this one.
I don't, because the game won't let me handle this in any way. I took care of things at the bathhouse.
Perfetto. What did you discover?
Porno is selling gunpowder and weapons to the Principi.
Diverus? That is worse than I suspected. Please, explain. Spare me no details.
Lola is planning on using Royal Deadfire Company weapons against the Valiant Trading Company convoy carrying Luminous Ardra.
Madiko, Our convoy routes are meant to be a well-guarded secret. I might as well have sent the Principe a letter.
That is all.
That is enough to work with. Aggressiva. I do believe I'm going to ruin Quarno's day. I do have another matter I could use your assistance with, Watcher.
No!
If you have a moment.
Stop! I beg of you, just let me go to the main quest. What do you need?
It concerns a business associate. A captain by the name of Ferrante. Something of a notable figure among the Principi, I'm told.
Go on.
Captain Ferrante will have the details, but the matter concerns a contact of his on the island of Crookspur. Apparently, they're having some trouble out there with the hostile tribe. You help them, Ferrante helps the company. You've proven resourceful. You make the logical choice.
You're not telling me something.
I would not normally enter into such pacts with the likes of Ferrante. The company's assets are in some disarray. Our resources are not what they once were. It is a shameful state of affairs, but I am doing what I can to remedy the situation. You'll find Ferrante in Dunwich. Dunwich is a den for pirates, as you might imagine. You'll likely be in less danger there than on the sea, but all the same, I recommend extreme caution.
Oh. Neighbor dog's barking.
Aloth, can I ask you something?
Saying no has never stopped anyone before.
It's just that I tried talking with Adair, but I don't seem to be making any headway. He doesn't want to warm up to me.
He doesn't fight at the front because he's good with a sword. He's just dense as stone. Which is to say, he's not one for taking hints.
Oh, you don't have to make it seem so hopeless.
Now we're gonna have to fight random encounters because we're going to the pirate place. Do you want? Do I even go into the ship there?
A moment of your time, Watcher, if you will.
Yes, steward.
Some of the hands discovered an unusual crate in the ship's hold.
How did a crate get in onto my ship unnoticed?
Unfortunately, the ship lacks the defensive fortifications of Cadnua. A crate could have been slipped aboard at any of our ports of call, assuming it wasn't placed among our goods as we took on supplies.
What kind of crate?
It is roughly a yard to a side and labelled beans. The hands who noticed it were tasked by the cook to bring up ingredients for the evening's stew.
No beans in the crate then. A wave of affirmation rolls from the steward, the spiritual equivalent of a nod. I'll go see what it
The
is.
hands left the crate in the hold if you wish to examine it.
The scents of food, salt and spices and drink mix with the stale odor of old grass, the musty stink of rats and ever-present fragrance of the sea. The Defiant rocks gently, and you hear faint whispers, likely the quiet brushing of the winds against the sails. Not far in, you find the crate in question. Its sides split by crowbars, the dry grass used as packing material spilled across the floor. Within stands an intricately crafted chest of some dark tropical wood. A polished visage peers up at you, a triumvirate of wild animal faces carved in the swirling Juana style. The front of the chest bears an iron latch affixed to a complex iron mechanism that runs to the top 4 corners of the chest. You see no bolts or keyholes. Examine the carvings. The 3 animals seem to be a spider, a stelgar, and a boar. You don't know if they have any greater significance. I mean, that's obviously the Twin Elms gods. The clans. Shoti's nose wrinkles at the image. I reckon this might be the Juana hunting god, like Galawain, but not exactly. Oh, that is... Examine the latch. The arms hold the box together, but you see no locking mechanism. If it's a trap, you don't see any evidence of it. Yeah, because the game is retarded and won't let me just ask my party members to do this for me. Because it's a piece of shit game. You turn the latch to the right and a series of metal arms shift with it. The clasp holding the top of the chest come free, and you easily lift the lid. Laying within, cradled by dry grass, is an Aumaua head, the mottled flesh of its neck raggedly cut free from the rest of its body, whatever that might be. Shoti peers down on the grim cargo. I can't say I was expecting a head, not even a little. Want me to fetch my lantern? As you peer down at the head, you feel a strange prickling sensation along your skin. Soul energy rises from the crate, throbbing in the air in time with the beating of your heart. It begins to take shape before you.
You can see me. It's really you then, the captain of the Defiance.
It is the Defiant, but yes.
Oh, this is fantastic. How satisfying it is to know one did not give one's life in vain. I come from the island of Kazuwari, and we need your aid.
Oh my god, I don't care about your... Who are you?
Me, Muatu, formerly of the island of Kazuwari, presently of the beyond.
What kind of aid do you need?
Kazuwari is an island where the most skillful hunters, the most hardened explorers, the deadliest warriors all gather to earn Tuamawai's favor. But Humaire, the island's caretaker, says the essence that sustains the island has sickened. Curdled, she called it. The animals, the trees, they all churn with anger and fear.
I'm just thinking back at 1, and even if there are a lot of side quests there that are completely unrelated, most aren't. Because the main part of the game is like, in the beginning you pick up your party members in the beginning, sure, that's maybe not entirely relevant, and they don't really have a proper reason to come with you. But then you go down to, like, you do have some reasons to do some of the things, even in the first town. If you talked to Kalinra or whatever her name is, the bodyguard you get in the beginning, she tells you about her sister, and then you make it through the ruins with them, and then she dies. So you do have a reason to go see her, and that leads you to a little side quest to help her. And then you meet Deer, and you meet Aloth, and then you go and you meet Hurons. Now, pretty much everything else in the main in the first town is just useless bullshit, but you don't need to do it. And then you just go down to Defiance Bay right away. And then you just do things that are mostly related. Like you can go and find the cult right away. Or, and after you've done that, the game kind of goes into side quest mode, and you have to like do all of these random areas. But all of those are also related. Because you find the Ingwithan machines in the tower, you find it in the... and you find... what's his face? Theos in the sanitarium, and even when you go like out to the ruins up by the other village, there you got quests for a deer. You have the when you go into Cleaban Relag, you find the machine there as well. So there's just so much more there that's related, and it's more in like a linear fashion where it feels like you're actually progressing, and then on the way you can kind of do side quests. But here it's just fucking garbage. It's just such garbage all the time, and it's not just like something that is even remotely related to anything. It's all completely unrelated dogshit bullshit crap. And it's all just so that you can progress. And it has nothing to do with anything. It's literally just grind to get to the next chapter. It is so bad. It is making me pissed off. Because I had higher hopes for this game, and it is so much worse than PoE 1. The only thing it does better is like some minor gameplay stuff. Like literally just penetration and armor. Everything else is worse. Why ask me? What can I do about it that its caretaker can't?
We need a watcher. No one else can talk to souls, Humaire said, and souls are our problem. You're a watcher, right? The watcher, the one who died and lived again, who speaks to the gods. That's the watcher we need.
Me?
I knew it! I knew Humaire wouldn't have lied. You will help, won't you?
I'll help if I can. What do you need me to do?
Oh, that's fantastic! Thank you! Speak to Humaire at Kazuari, Watcher. She'll be able to better explain the situation than I am.
Where is Kazuari?
Kazuari's a huge island west of Hasango. It's pretty hard to miss, what with the high cliffs and waterfalls. There's one thing you should know. The Faces of the Hunt jealously control who enters and leaves the island. But there's a waterfall on the southern side of the island that will allow you to sneak in, so long as you're circumspect. I guess you should also know. The island's residents might not take too kindly to your presence if you're found. They're, prickly bunch. But I'm sure that won't be a problem for you.
I'll help however I can.
Once we've arrived, I can help you find your way into the heart of the island. You know, if you want me to, I wouldn't want to presume. In the meantime, I'll be here, well, behind you, really, with the rest of the spirits following you around.
Cool. I'll do that if I have to, but not otherwise. If I can finish the rest of the game without going and grinding more bullshit, then I will. Seem to let me want to. It doesn't seem to want to let me. Leave me the fuck alone. Now, let's see if Gandalf and Dwarfy are a little bit beefier now. The fuck? Why aren't they moving?
train.
Finish casting.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay, well that's cool. Do I have to wait for this to run out? Oh, there was an invisible guy there.
You find yourself in cold, suffocating darkness. There is a familiar weight in your hand. A lantern. It sputters to life, and the world shifts into focus. A staircase spirals endlessly below you. With nowhere else to go, you start down. A wave of blistering heat hits you. Then a sea salt wind. Divine voices boom and screech. Their words shake the platform beneath you, shake the very air around you. The gods are fighting.
Lay your blame elsewhere, Wodika. I won't suffer your arguments any longer.
Mogren looms large before you, an accusing finger leveled at the melted visage of Wodika. Wodika screws her mouth into a sneer.
You fool! If only we had attacked him when I first proposed it.
Accusations drip bitter as bile from her tongue.
Say nothing.
Well smiles.
Enmity and animus, Watcher. Two old songs we sing in well-practiced harmony. Unable to reach accords, we compete to see whose shouts best shake Eora.
The pallid knight looks down at you, a frown etched deep in her otherwise statue-still features.
I am afraid we are not at our best.
The Watchers returned. Perhaps we should hear what he has to say.
Helia's birds chatter anxiously among themselves. Wal's many eyes alight on each god in turn.
We make little enough progress on our own.
Is there nothing we can do?
Mogren glances at the pallid knight from the corner of her eye. After a thoughtful pause, she speaks.
The time has come for us to seize the power we have long left untouched, and absorb our scattered children.
Andra nods, her lure bobbing bright.
Terrible though it would be, perhaps you are right.
But we get ahead of ourselves. First, the Watcher must get to Ukaizo, and that will be a trial all its own.
The Guardian of Ukaizo has stood watch over that place for millennia. It will not stand aside. Not even for Bareth's herald.
Helia, who had been lost in quiet, anxious conversation with her birds, breaks in.
It yet lives.
Of course. Our progenitors crafted it.
A pair of Helia's finches come to join Wal's floating eye. They hover just out of Mogren's reach and swoop in to poke her when she's not looking.
And the Watcher will be forced to reckon with it if he wishes to confront Aethys.
The birds at last linger too long, and Mogren slaps them away. They burst into a cloud of essence, then reform, and fly in a screeching chorus back to Helia.
But you like a challenge, don't you? You met my challenge at the Searing Falls without hesitation, after all. And when Firga faltered, you restored her faith in me.
Go prepared, Watcher. The Guardian will not stand aside, not even for the Herald of Bareth.
There is another topic we have yet to address.
The Pallid Knight holds up one gauntleted hand, and the other gods fall silent.
Tell me, Watcher, where do you stand? What do you think of Aothis' scheme to destroy the wheel?
Still don't understand what this all means. What will happen when Aothis destroys the wheel?
The Pallid Knight spreads wide her hands.
Think of the beyond as a reservoir, the in-between as storm clouds, and souls as rain. When a living thing dies, its soul enters the in-between. And when the in-between grows full, it releases souls into the beyond, where they wait to be redistributed to new bodies, new lives. The wheel is the process by which souls are moved from the in-between to the beyond, from the rain cloud to the reservoir, and from the reservoir into the living world. Without the wheel to mediate the transfer and redistribution of souls, the souls of all who die remain in the in-between. And without souls to fill it, the beyond gradually empties, trapping all of the remaining souls in existence in the in-between. When the beyond is empty and the last creature on Aora dies, that is the end of everything. It is Rimergon's future.
Doesn't make any sense.
He wants for us.
This is a pure lie. Either that, or they have another mechanism that is the beyond or the in-between. Because the gods only exist because they were researching souls and using soul magic. And then they created themselves and this whole system. So if the system breaks, then it'll just become normal again, the way it was before. How does that affect the gods?
Soul essence sustains us. We feed off it, off the little fragments you mortal kiths shed like snakeskin as you pass into your next life. Without sustenance, we starve as any mortal might. We die and leave a great silence behind, an eternal emptiness from which nothing is born. You begin to see our dilemma, I hope.
Tell us, Watcher, where do you stand?
Say nothing.
Let us hope the rest of Kith are not so passive and mindless as you. Aothis does not have your best interests at heart, and you will need your every wit to survive his scheme.
Aothis loves the mortals more than any of us. He has always been their greatest champion. He believes Kith will rise to his challenge. I am not so sure, but I look forward to watching them try.
What if Aothis is right, and Kith succeed in rebuilding the wheel? What then? And what if they fail? Then they die. And so do we. We have to help them.
Helia's voice rises, near to panic. Wodika drives her fist into her hand.
Help them! We should finally bring them to heel!
The Pallid Knight raises a hand and stares at Wodika until she falls silent.
Watcher, Aothis yet values your counsel.
The Pallid Knight's eyes bore into yours.
An impassioned plea from the Hound of Aothis may still temper his actions. Confront him at Ukaizo.
Say nothing.
Time moves swiftly away from us now.
The Pallid Knight spreads her hands before her.
Go, Watcher. Do what you must.
The edges of your vision begin to dim. Like a sun setting, twilight encroaches on your mind. The Pallid Knight conjures a blinding white light in her palm that swiftly grows to engulf the room. Then, the crack of thunder rends the air, and you feel the floor drop out beneath you. You come to flat on your back, staring at an all too familiar ceiling. Alone, once again.
Yes?
Yes? Go there now? Oh! Please stop. The Deadfire sea is calm and the Defiant cuts smoothly across its surface, gulls trailing in the craft's wake. At the wheel, Beardol whistles quietly to himself. Ushitsu and Eld Engren stand near the starboard rail, quietly discussing the safest course to your destination. Defiant creaks as it crosses the waves. Enjoy the fine weather. The breeze tugs at your clothes as the salt-laced air shifts. A long grey line stretches across the horizon. It seems to shimmer like the air on a hot day. Ushitsu's nose wrinkles as the sailor stares into the distance. No storm that. Too low and growing too fast. A quiet rumble rolls across the sea as the line grows a massive swell of water barreling towards the Defiant. Keep an angle to that big bastard, don't let it roll us. Failure! Despite the crew's efforts, the wave continues to rise to one side of the ship even as it vanishes from the other. The deck's angle moves ever nearer, vertical. Whether the ship breaks through the wave or the wave breaks over, the result is the same. Thousands of gallons of water slamming across the hull with wood-rending force. The swell moves past, leaving the sea heaving in its wake. As the Defiant steadies, you regain your feet and take stock of the damage. Beardol clings to the wheel like it might try to fly away. What in the good God's names was that? Ushitsu groans from behind a cargo crate that pinned the poor sailor against the hull. The crew move to bind the mariner's wounds. Eld Engrim frowns out across the calming sea. Came from the southeastern Deadfire, Captain. Well, Tikawara, if I had to guess. Or the Black Isles. Maybe there was an eruption or quake or something. Defiant sails on. Cool! Where the fuck am I going here? Yeah, you can't open. Yeah, this Kusawari, that's DLC trash. Captain Ferrante of the Principi in Dunwich. He's up here, I think. Two-eyed Prim. Oh, brother.
Castor warned me you would come, but he did not indicate how much he'd have briefed you in advance.
Castle thought you could use the help.
You can assure Castor that I would have handled it in due time. I've simply been tied up with other matters.
A frown tugs at the corners of his mouth, and he strokes a thumb thoughtfully along the curved grip of his flintlock.
However,
And then he smiles, sharply and without any warmth.
if you were to handle this small matter for the both of us, I would see to your reward, personally.
Drop the excuses and give me the details.
As you prefer.
He tugs curtly on the cuffs of his sleeves.
You're to go to Crookspur and speak with a Master Kua. He runs the island. Hand me your map, and I'll mark Crookspur's location. I trust that Castal has already pressed upon you the need for discretion regarding this matter. Don't
He snatches the map from your hands.
answer that.
After scrawling a black X, he hands the map back and wrings his fingers.
Let us discuss further business now, shall we? The winds of change are coming, Watcher. Before it is too late, we must attend to these matters. I would like to know why you have not yet dispatched Benwet. Do you think it wise when you wish to forge allegiances in this harbor?
Benwet? Shrug.
No, please. You flatter me with your sweet tongue.
He rubs a finger along the groove of his mouth. After some contemplation, he drops his hand to his side.
Still, I do so enjoy your company. What weighs on your mind in this moment, Casita?
I don't care about
Yes, Watcher.
Benwet. Why, we've never talked before. Why would I have killed Benwet? Who the fuck is Benwet? Brookspur Captain. Leave me alone. You have to sail. The way you sail as well is also dog shit. You have to hold both mouse 4 and mouse 5. That's how you sail. It is absolutely retarded. Because if you hold mouse 5, you walk towards where you're pointing. But you still can't see shit. But mouse 4 or mouse 5, it moves you towards that, like the direction you're holding with the camera. So you have to do both. But what you can do is you can click like that and then press mouse 4, but I keep forgetting which one is move the camera and which one is just move, so it keeps canceling my move thing. Why am I here? Not where you're supposed to land. I'm so tired of this game. In case that was not evident. Oh. Alright, we're in Crookspur and we're supposed to do fucking what? Captain Ferrante wants to earn the loyalty of the slavers of Crookspur that are lying on... Ooh. Okay. So these slavers are gonna have like 60,000 side quests too.
You there, approaching.
The guard sneers, fat lips peeling back from his yellowed teeth. He grunts, muscles flex and pop in his thick-set neck, as he cranes for a better look at you.
You are late. The auction is almost over.
Hurry and let me through.
If anyone is to hurry, it should be you. I grow tired of opening and closing the gate.
His chest heaves as he cranks the winch to raise the heavy grating.
Take care that I do not drop it as you walk beneath.
We continue now, cliente. Phenoma. At last we reach the culmination of our lot today.
A stiff-backed woman gestures widely with her arms, gathering the crowd a hair closer. Excitement simmers amid buzzing voices and the low rattle of raffia hand fans. Anticipation hangs in the air. Then, with a flick of her prim wrist, she hastens the final slave to step forward. He is a strapping, ugly-faced mistborn, chains and the planks of the stage rattling with each of his heavy steps.
Feast your eyes on a fruit most rare.
The auctioneer's lip curl in a cruel smile.
Bellico. We'll open the bidding at 800 pies. 800 pies, 800 right here, and 850. Who'll give me 850, 875, and 875.
She points to the various bidders who raise their numbered fans, never pausing in her lilting chant.
What a putrid thing.
The words are cutting, but the buyer's fan snaps up eagerly.
We've got 875 and now 900. Who will bid us 900?
I'll bid 900.
Now we're at 950. Do I see 950? And I do. And we're up to 975. Where's my 975? There it is. And who'll give me 1,000?
Bid 1,000. If possible, the auctioneer's rambling chant increases in speed from a drumming excitement. Her hand bounces with her words, as if riding a beat. The price is up to 1,000 pyres. Yeah, that's me. Wasn't it? Yeah, do nothing.
11,100.
The number is raised with the flick of a fan.
11,100. Do we have two? Can I get the two?
Impatient now, the auctioneer waves a hand for the death godlike to bow his head, presumably to showcase his recurved, gleaming horns. Instead, he stares at her, looking like he could spit venom.
Too steep for my blood.
Number 24 shakes his head. Others in the crowd rumble their agreement.
I believe I'll mount those horns in the drawing room. What a fine statement they'd make.
The woman smiles eagerly, gloating.
Are you mad? They've medicinal value.
The words are choked with outrage, but the bidder doesn't rejoin with a counter.
11,100. Going once? Going twice?
Bid 1,200.
And now with 11,200 to the bidder with no number. How odd. It's a delightful mystery, cliente. 11,200. Do I have three?
The bidder eyes you with annoyance. Agitated, she taps her fan rapidly against her thigh, but ultimately refrains from raising it.
11,200 pyres. Once, twice, sold to our mystery bidder. Gelarde, I do hope you possess the sufficient funds, for your sake as well as mine. Come here now. We will finalize the trade. Perfetto. Let us close this deal.
The auctioneer inclines her head to the shackled godlike.
You are a first-time buyer, Ak? For I do not recognize you as one of our usual patrons.
That's right.
Before the transfer is complete, you must speak with Master Kua. He awaits in his office in the fort.
He nods a dismissal. Huh? Coarsely featured but well groomed, the Orlan is so short that reclined in his red bergier chair, his elegantly pointed chin barely clears the lip of his desk.
Shall we cut right to it?
Master Kua leans forward to rest his forearms against the desk, and you realize that he's actually rather long-limbed for an Orlan. It's the oversized desk that dwarfs him.
So you purchased my rarest and most valuable offering. Clearly, you are a client of refined taste. But now it's time to pay up.
Give 1,200 copper. We good?
We're sterling. I thank you for your business, and you're free to claim your new chattel anytime you like. Of course, there is one matter for which we must discuss. My associate informed me he would send an aid to my problem. In exchange, I'm willing to commit a number of ships to his fleet.
To the master's left, a lion lunges on the tiled floor. Lounges, watching you with a predatory interest. What do you need me to do?
The Wahaki have been quite persistently attacking my ships. That does make it somewhat difficult to conduct business in these waters. The Wahaki savages are nothing without their tribal leaders. Get rid of them, and the rest will scatter like startled birds. I need them stopped, and I need it done a fortnight ago.
Why are the Wahaki attacking your ships?
I imagine because they're territorial bastards. Or perhaps they morally and philosophically oppose my trade.
He waves a hand.
I hardly care about their motivations.
I will not slaughter the Wahaki for your gain.
So it has come to this.
He frowns. He glares but then shakes his head. Wisps of his finely greased back hair fall haphazard around his ears.
At least allow me to mark Wahaki Island on your map, in the case that you change your mind.
Okay. Kill the Wahaki tribal leaders. Okay, so there was no other choice. That was it. We have to do that. Very cool.
My Lord Master, what would you have of me?
He bows deeply, the metal bangles around his wrists and neck clanging softly. Nothing. You're free now. He stumbles, shocked. His lips part, but for several moments. No words escape, then finally a groan eases free.
Truly? You mean it? I can never thank you enough for such kindness. Gods, where should I go? I've nothing to my name but these clothes. And my freedom.
You could join my crew if you'd like. The work's hard but fair, and I'll pay you for it. He jerks, clearly surprised.
Thank you for the kindness, my lord.
Nope. I'm gonna go and kill those guys. I don't give a shit anymore. It doesn't feel at all like something I would do. My character would do, but I don't give a shit. Where are we going? Oro Okoki. Dunnage. Am I retarded? Oro Okoiki, okay. All the way up there. Maybe there's another way to do it once we get there. You are rounding a rocky isle when you see a ship drifting on the horizon. Its sail luffing in the breeze. A rough symbol has been painted onto it. You pull out your spyglass and peer at the symbol. It's crudely drawn, but it looks like it could be a war club, or a sword, or a key. Other than the flapping sail and swaying lines, you don't notice any movement. But you do spot one body slumped against the gunwale, and another splayed over the wheel, and an arrow buried in the mast. Aloth appears at your side and looks as well. That symbol. It looks like a variant of the Leaden Key's insignia. Aloth lowers the spyglass. You think they're Leaden Key? Or attacked by them, perhaps? Leaden Key members rarely announce themselves in such bold fashion, but we won't know until we look. Let's investigate. My thoughts precisely, Aloth says. A fragment of essence quivers near a corpse. Most of the soul seems to have departed already, but this fretting, fluttering piece remains. It throbs with panic. Even standing this close to it raises your pulse. As you let it wash over you, terror thins your blood. Your heartbeat becomes the galloping of hooves. You fight to keep yourself from vomiting with fear, if only to avoid the noise. This was supposed to be a quick trade run, up to Neketaka and out in a few days. But you got lost in that fog, and the next thing you know, arrows were flying through it. So you hid here, between some of the crates where it's dark, where the screams on deck are just a little quieter. You'd thought pirates were the greatest danger for merchant ships like yours, but the shrieking warriors butchering your crewmates don't seem like pirates. One of them is up in the rigging, painting some kind of symbol on your sail. Light spills out into your hiding place. An Aumaua warrior, one of the Juana, you think, stands over you. Foreigners shall corrupt our lands no more. You are looking up toward the glare and the Aumaua silhouetted against it, when pain lances through the base of your skull.
Did you find something? You have that look again.
They were merchants, killed by Juana, who said something about foreigners corrupting their lands.
Well, that's a start. I found some unusual stains. I don't think they're blood, but they are rather odorous.
He wrinkles his nose at a streak of something the color of a fresh bruise. That's koiki pulp.
So it is. But what would that be doing here?
I don't know.
Ah, one of the fierce tribes of the Juana cover themselves in this vile fruit. I have heard it grows thick at a place called Oreo Koiki.
Of course. The same group we met on Motario Kozi, as I recall. I've heard they're aggressively isolationist. As for what that has to do with the Leaden Key...
He frowns, looking at the key-like symbol painted onto the sail.
At least we know where to look next. Though if this becomes anything like our encounter in the Defiance Bay catacombs, well, I hope we get our answers before the bloodbath.
He looks at you and smiles wryly. I didn't kill those guys. There's Oriki Okoiki. I think maybe we'll stop there for tonight. I don't want to play anymore.
I'm here.
For today. Oh. But I think we are relatively close. Like, I looked at the chapters and there aren't that many left, so... We just need to grind so we can do them. And we're not doing any side stuff here. But we'll continue tomorrow. Oh, it never ever stops. It also never starts. The next two CRPGs we're gonna play after this is going to be Disco Elysium and Torment, or Tides of Numenera. I'm gonna play some other games in between. When I finished Disco Elysium the first time, I wanted to play it again right away, but I didn't, because I knew I wasn't gonna make it through the whole thing. That's gonna be nice, I hope. But, I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for hanging. Have a good night. Bye-bye.